And we're back. So, having a bit of, as the title describes, an identity crisis. It's Millicent's identity crisis. I should specify. Whoa, I had this on the whole time. Why isn't this powered up? Okay. First things first, I'm gonna go upgrade that. Time travel reverted my weapon. So, our character should intentionally die in the story, right? If we're the Elden Lord. It's more of a question. So, we're gonna go right into fighting stuff in Caelid. I just had to go upgrade that. Alright. Do I have the golden needle? Yes. So now I give her the golden needle. I mean, there's technically a boss in a minute. That's a boss. Okay, that's my horse. Hello.
If you are wise, you will leave immediately.
Okay, let's explain the title now. So she is going to explain it.
You ask that I stab myself with the needle to
yes.
quell the scarlet rot.
Yes.
But how? Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment?
Yep. Or no? I wouldn't mind.
Well, that was easier than expected. But why do I feel so...
Oh, and this is separation because we're giving her the needle and her whole thing is about separation. Is that it? All right. Previously on Elden Ring, we did all of calcination in Limgrave, right? But it's not technically done yet. We do dissolution, or well, yeah, it is done. We did calcination, meeting all of the prime parts, and then it's all technically still happening at the same time, strangely. So we have to transform the materials without air with an imminent meeting of a non-embodiment of a twin. That sounds complicated, but I mean, we go here, we get turned around by the twin, we then have to do dissolution, let go of rigid identities, a less ordered, more chaotic, intuitive world, right? It's based on intuition and less of an order. Well, and then the meeting of the twin, so you would find the twin of Selen right here, but it's really, again, letting go of rigid identities. It is the same identity as Selen. It's not a twin. It is an actual physical body of Selen, just somewhere else. So, another spiritual identity and soul shock is Irina. We went through all that, got Edgar's quest done, summoned him for the lion. We went back in time for that. It was a pain. And that set up the basic materials for that quest, because she hasn't become Hyetta yet for us. She's still here, but we haven't gotten there. So, Irina's dead. But then we go to setting up the basis of separation, which would have been this whole thing. We separate from her, but she's with us on the journey. She's like on a separate journey from us. We then give her a needle, which the main goal of that needle is to separate it from her, but in a meaningful way, right? So she is the separate part of Melania, right? And she chooses to live, right? She's the, out of all of the daughters that Melania splits into, she has the willpower part. So that would be the whole point of separation. And then Gowry's all sad that they're separated, wants him to join, right? And then yeah, it's the good and bad parts, while purposes are thoroughly understood. So the only reason you would know to go to Caelid before the easier bosses and zone of Rhea Lucaria is because you're doing it in a intuitive order and not an order based on the numbers in the game, a visible numbered order. It's a intuition based on this separate arcane knowledge that I have in front of me. Then you would go into conjunction. So when you get to the end here and you are now going backwards up the world from the bottom top of it, it's weird, don't worry. You would have to go into this one represents the marriage of Logos and Eros, or the sun and moon. Erd tree is the sun, Radagon's the Erd tree with Marika, right? Whether the same person or not. Boom, right? Ronaldo is the moon, Radagon's the sun, marriage of sun and the moon. Alright. So we're going up this side. Maybe, as we slowly interact with everyone and don't miss any interactions. I believe that's our goal. So that was a previously on with a little bit of a foretelling. Hopefully we get there. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more steps after that.
Hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. Everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please. Not that I could ever truly repay you, but I would like you to have this.
Turning the game up for you.
Of thanks. A token though it is.
Yeah. Okay. And for anyone who missed the secret from last stream and don't want to go back, without spoilers, Just using item descriptions. Where the fuck is the material? Okay. Shard of a bone with a golden shine, right? So this is a blessed bone shard. Golden human bones. So. The golden human bones are used in healing items. Continuously heal nearby allies, right? Blessed bone shard. It's one of the items you use to heal, right? So, gold can be life and healing. Slowly replenishes HP when HP is reduced. Helm graced with gold human bones. Ensha's royal remains is that of the Death Knight. Alright. And then, another little tidbit is that Iacade would have been the Briar guy. Elmer murdered numerous instructors and merchants and was known as the Bell-Bearing Hunter, right? They also cause this armor to deal damage when performing dodge rolls. Okay. The winding rusted iron briars are a mark of the guilty and typically indicate a sentence of death. They also cause this armor to deal damage when performing dodge rolls. So first I'll change my helmet back. The caster wounds their own flesh using impenetrable thorns grown from the shadow tree, which then cover the body entirely. Once covered, dodge rolls will damage enemies. The image of the misshapen shadow tree is an edict. Spurn all that exists, wound all that exists, for we have been abandoned. My theory, right, this isn't really a spoiler, is that Iacade is the name of the Shadowlands before it was veiled, as the armor says. Battered iron helm from a foreign land, right? What's the foreign land? Treasured sword of Iacade, or however you want to say it. A lesser, long-vanished domain. So, Iacade, the sword is the same sword that the Briar guy uses, who is guilty of hurting people, right? So, easy connection. Spells are the armor, right? The souls are fused into the equipment. And then for the last little connection there, this one might be spoiler, so just give it a second for people to pause. Ow. Here, I'll give you the fight, right? So I'll fight this guy and then I'll do the spoiler. Okay. Conveniently forgot what the spoiler was. No, actually though, what the fuck? My brain got erased. Conveniently skipping of the spoiler. He said, no, don't spoil it. I was like, alright, I was doing pretty good without spoilers. These are just item descriptions. The copper colorization is not to be confused with rust. So that connects it to the Crucible Knights, right? The orange gold, the copper, Iacade, Rua, all the same shit. Wait. All the same shit. Horn Scent, Omen, all the same shit. Okay, so. That's why I keep saying that. It's a joke.
Considering leaving on a journey.
It's not like me just saying that the game is shit. I'm saying that that's what the game is saying. Everything's the same shit.
But dimly, my destiny is
Okay.
all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again.
Okay. So now we go back down. The thing with time travel is I'm not sure what I picked up and what I did not. Okay, that's not a good sign that the item is there. So I guess we're just doing the zone fresh, huh? There are so many bosses. We're gonna go kill like every dragon in the zone. Okay, he's gone. That's a good sign. It means I have been through here. Yeah, that item is gone, which means I've been through here. Okay. That's fantastic news. No time wasted. We could just move on. So now... Something fell. Okay. Goddamn. Nothing scares me more than gravity in this fucking game.
Thank you kindly.
Perfect.
For giving the needle to Millicent. Now she too can begin her journey and stare her fate straight in the eye. You've been a saint through and through. As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
You know, it wasn't until that line of dialogue where I'm like really trying to analyze what everyone's saying. Because now I know it's the right step. So I'm like, this is when I need to analyze the dialogue. That connects a lot of people. He's sitting in a throne, and this is one of the only thrones that are absent. The corruption is death. Right? That's what their whole thing is. And that's what this whole spell is about. Releases a life-sapping silver mist before the caster, dealing damage to all caught within, including the caster. This sorcery can be cast while in motion below Celia. The eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maidens of that place. That's... okay.
Please make certain that little Millicent goes unharmed. Like her mother, she has the stuff to be a great warrior, but commands only one arm and is yet...
So now we have to go help her get the arm. That's like the next step in the quest. Do I need something else? No. There's only one... There's only like 2 things here. So... I'm going to check now. This is the like intuitive world that I think it's talking about. Now I run back up to see if Millicent is gone. And then rest. She should come down to replace Gowry. Then we talk to her again while there. She only commands one arm. Oh yeah, because there's a grace here, so we kind of want to rest. I think that forces her to leave. Okay, here. I already made a save state. We can afford to fuck this up. We rest here. She's not gonna be on the map. Yeah. So then we would have circled around, saw she was gone, and then got back down here. Hold on. Needle to Millicent to Shack. Gowry was still there. Then we go to... Jaren? Oh my god, yeah. Holy shit, yeah, what the whoa! That's actually so cool, because it doesn't exit there. Wait. You go to Jaren. Okay, hold on. Let me trace it on the map. Ready? This is where it tells you to go this way, right? And then it says to go that way, but you can't. The only way to do that is to turn around, talk to Gowry, go through the swamp, right? So it's like this. Kill him, go back here, right? We circle back around through, clean up the town, get told the secrets of Celia, right? And then I think it wants us to go back around one time, which we already did. You go along the coast, you hit the wall, you flow down, right? But you're supposed to continue to Millicent. So this is telling you to go there, which is exactly when you're supposed to go back, get the needle. It's like the world is broken right here, so of course the land is fucked up. And it's all about being stagnant. Right? This is stagnance. This represents corpses laying stagnant in water, like actually. The game tells you that, so you actually have to keep circling back constantly in the same fucking town once again and again and again. But that's to represent stagnance. And then when they're gone, you start spiraling out. You talk to Jaren. Right? Is that a little closer? It is. Especially to here and here. It's closer to this. So you would spiral out, talk to Jaren, come back up. That's fucking so cool. Ready? Watch this. I'm just gonna draw the line. So you've talked to every NPC. There's only one NPC left to go to. Ready? The Prophet. And then if you follow this wall, of course, there's a jump here. So you can do this. Ready? And then you've talked to every NPC in the game in order. The last one being death. At the very bottom of the world in a catacombs for beastmen. Which is where your quest truly starts. And then you have to go all the way up to the top where you face him. That's fucking crazy, because the whole thing is dual identities and the separation. We know that this Garank isn't the same one as this Garank. Strangely. Because you could fuck their quest up and do it out of order, and then it doesn't make sense that you killed Malekith and Garank is still alive. But when you feed him entirely, he says, "I'm done here. Marika can go fuck herself," and then then he leaves back to Farum Azula. So when you finish his quest by going to the Halig Tree and getting the last fucking catacombs death route, you've done everything before Farum Azula. I did it. We solved it. I know the path. That's how you beat the game and get, if there is a secret ending, that you would get it. You just keep doing the now you do the quests in order. Well, in the order that the prophets are telling you backwards until you get to how we did it before on my last streams. Holy shit. It's an identity crisis that everyone is having. Melania at the end of the game. Millicent. Garank. Malekith. Oh, is that supposed to be Morgoth and Malachor? Because they changed. That's a fucking that's a Lord of the Rings reference. That's a Silmarillion. So Malachor in that's fucking cool. Morgoth, one of the godlike Valar, right? And the primary antagonist of Tolkien's Legendarium, right? That's insane. Children of Húrin. And the fall of Gondolin. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah, these are the stories. I thought there was a period there, and then this was. This is just a list of the tales. Is also briefly mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. Is Sauron actually Morgoth? Pretty sure it's the other way around. Morgoth made... It was like Malachor, right? Changed his identity. Melkor. Malachor is from Star Wars. It's the same exact story though, which is even funnier. Later known as Morgoth, right? Was a powerful Valar who ultimately became the first Dark Lord in Tolkien's Legendarium. So this is what I was saying when it is a Lord of the Rings reference, right? Not only is it a name, right? Melkor to Morgoth, and then it's Garank to Malekith. Melkor, Goth. You just combine the names. That's funny. But also, he's supposed to represent the like unseen world and the darkness, as you can see. It's like he's the bad guy. He was a source of evil and strife, corrupted. So he's like the big bad, right? He's the bad guy. But he was created by the One, right? The God in that world at the beginning of time. They were actually good. So it fits their theme, but I'll put a step further than that. The horsemen, like the ones that are down here at night, right here, right at the beginning of the game, right here, right, like the shadow horsemen. There's one like way up at the top of the mountain path here, or some shit. It's like over here or something. Those shadow guys they are shadow people, but they are like the dark riders, right? The dark wraiths, the men that were corrupted by the rings. So the ring would be the thing that he's hiding inside of him. Death, the ring of destined death, because it's not a ring. That's the truth. That's the secret. Everything is an Elden Ring. All of the great runes are rings. When you find destined death, it is not a ring. It is a spine. It is a weird looking rune because it's not shaped like this. Right? It's not a circle. So it's actually funny. They didn't use a ring. It's like it should be a ring, right? Because they pulled it out of the Elden Ring, and it is a bunch of rings represent the great runes. It's like, well, it's weird that the rune of destined death that he has, right? It's a rune of destined death. It should be a ring, right? Nope, it doesn't look like a ring at all. It actually looks like a bunch of arcs and a spine, like a rib cage. So it is funny. But if they're the darkness and the night and death, right? Then all of the nighttime dark riders would be connected to nighttime wolf death. Because they're still loyal to the Golden Order. They don't attack the other people. And so is Garank. So that explains why they keep dropping Ash of Wars that don't give you a power. Like this shit. Or it's like the wind ones and stuff. Because they're, which one did he drop? He gave me like the shield barricade beast power. So like the last one I fought gave me like a shield animal power. But then it's the only Ash of War I realized. I was messing around off stream. I should show the findings so that I don't sound crazy. Visual ties. What's the difference between this Ash of War right? And this Ash of War. Pay real close attention. Blink and you might miss it. It's at the start. You miss it? You see it? Right there. Right before I attack. It's a magic sigil that isn't even on the wiki. Hold on, let's see if it is and I'm just mistaken, but magic damage. No, where is it? So there's like an elemental type. Yeah, category elemental damage. So there was like a upgrades, incantations, sorceries. There was a page that showed you all of the casting symbols on the wiki. It was like all of the incantations and spells, right? It showed you every single spell and all of the incantations, right? But by symbol, like the blood symbol, the blood spells had Moog symbol, right? Here, I could just demonstrate now with all these other things. You put on a magic, you're gonna get the Ray Lucaria symbol, right? Watch, right there. That symbol, the little blue thing that pops up for like half a fucking second that you can't see, right there, right in front of my character before I turn around, right? That big weird sigil. Actually, it's like the Cuckoo Knights. I can't even see what the fuck. I guess you can kind of see by doing this. Yeah, it's the twin birds, the cuckoo. On the two bottom left and right. You have the ability to pause the video, I don't. I have to spam it. Alright. But yeah, you see how that's a different symbol that keeps showing up there? All of the spells have that. Beast spell. That's what that is. But a very particular beast. Bird. Never mind, that was the wrong one. Awkward. Actually, it's notable that not everything has it, right? These guys don't have it. So it's weird that they are dropping Ash of Wars that have... Damn it, I wish I could see that picture. That shield for the Ash of War picture has a bird on it. Birds or dragons, raptors... We already made that connection before, but I'll pull it up if you doubt me, don't worry. I'll pull up the item description that quotes it, because I know people hold those sacred. Okay. No Mesmer seal. There is a Mesmer seal. It's just weird that his doesn't have one either. Mesmer has a literal seal. It looks like this. right? The flame or whatever. The snake, the fire, all that shit. It's actually, that looks like half of it. There's another circle with another symbol. But all of that just to say, I think we actually are going down the correct invisible path now. So we go up here because it's about taking your time and doing it as fucking slow as possible. And pop off. It's like the turtle style of playing through the game, unfortunately. So that is the identity crisis. The separation and finding out who people are. Actually, there was another noteworthy oh wow, you're supposed to drop down here. That's fucking insane. Game designers are nuts. There's another noteworthy find. I might be coming up to it though, so I'll just wait until we get there. Oh god. Yeah, so it's telling you to go this way now. You're literally looking at the fucking castle. That's so good. All right. Yep. So now that it's nighttime, I can do this. Ooh, I'm not a paladin right now though. Sir, can you not kill me? People were wondering how to get up. You were at the top the whole time. The world is upside down. I'm using wind against a bird. Nope. Sorry you couldn't even see that fucking dope input. God, that was so good. The whole screen was taken up by an explosion. That shit was actually... I can explain what I did. So, I knew that I would be moving faster by getting on the horse to dodge the projectiles, and then getting off of the horse with a jump was how I dodged. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Yep. He shoots the flame pretty far, and it's also wide. So, you can't get out of it without taking damage if he hits you in the center. I mean, maybe if you spam roll, somehow perfect timing, but I think it's a floor hazard, so you might, I don't know, maybe jumping. Alright. I had the wrong Ash of War. That wasn't the excuse. That's just also something that happened. Alright. Hold on. Fast time to nighttime. Because now, when you die, a little bit time passes, and then it moves the boss. If they were a nighttime boss, they're gone. So. That's kind of dumb. The only thing that I think in terms of the boss fights is lame. It's like you have as many tries as you want for the nighttime bosses. You just have to camp out at a grace for a whole day in game. You don't actually have time. You only have one try per day. If you die, it's over. I think it might be coded to just jump straight to the beginning of the next quarter. So if it's nighttime and you die, no matter what, even if it's the very beginning, it'll just skip right to the morning and then you've missed your chance. I don't know if there's any other way, but the only fix I've ever found is you have to camp until night again, and then a whole day passes, and they should be there. Emphasis on should be. Okay, yeah. Okay, try to drink my physic. Please drink the goddamn physic. Okay. Sir. The hitbox on this enemy sucks. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Magic dart. Magic dart. Magic dart. The disrespect. Oh look, we needed to come down here. Okay. Well, it is still New Game Plus, so fighting one of the most annoying bosses, Anakin Skywalker. Alright. Oh, I watched The Acolyte on Disney Plus. I finally got around to watching Star Wars after some time. I finally logged into Disney Plus on my computer. Is more like it. Actually though, do I just rephrase or repeat my exact review that I sent to my friends on Instagram? How did I phrase it? I can just play it for you. Maybe? Hello, Millicent. The weird thing is that his chair is gone.
Oh,
As if it's like
hello
glued to
again.
his ass.
Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit. Hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps before
Separate.
my departure,
Departure.
someone to say farewell to.
Separation. Someone to say farewell to.
Well,
That's you.
never mind.
At the end of
that.
her quest.
I must focus on my journey,
On her journey.
for which I have you to thank.
Exactly.
I must stay strong. Well, I must stay.
So now I go to Jaren. Right? Because I would have circled around. That's what it was showing me on the cliff there. I was looking right at it, but there's... The only thing physically connecting me would have been the land that I'm talking about, of Iacade, that I know is there, but is gone now. Fun fact, if Iacade, the Shadow Realm, is exactly where I said, then those ruins where we found the sword is also where the corpses would have flown, according to the water. Because that's the coast. Hey, what the fuck is that? You mean to tell me I'm actually following? Oh, I'm dead. They offset their attacks so that I couldn't do anything. That sucks. Well, that's the game. I'm just fast traveling over there. I went from no fast travel to, well, we're gonna probably need to fast travel a lot here. All right, birdie. I need to warm up. Let's go. What is happening right now with the terrain? That was like I got knocked out of the sky. And I just hit the bird with an attack that knocks it out of the sky. Let's get to some flat land. This shit is just breaking. I cannot fight him where the ground is glitched the fuck out. See, he just hit nothing. Okay, maybe you're not the best practice because you're fucking glitched to shit right now. That was weird as hell. Every one of his attacks just stopped in the fucking middle of the air. I was like, well, that's okay, I guess. Like, he hit the ground above me while I was looking up at him. I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? I'm like, I can't even explain. I was trying to give it the benefit of the doubt, like maybe he hit something that was like high up. And as I was thinking that, I was like, he's literally just floating in the fucking air right now with nothing. Oh god. So through the dragons, right? Isn't that the thing? What did it say exactly? When I read the thing that it's based off of, you're gonna be like, is this made by an Elden Ring developer? To which I have to respond genuinely, I actually don't know. I do not know if what I'm about to show you was made by the Elden Ring developer or not. I don't think it was. It seems like an unrelated website in years. It is somehow released almost at the exact same year that Elden Ring came out, and it looks like a very old website, but here. Let's read where I believe we are in the process, right? The separation stage. Well, we're not really fully there yet. We're setting up the calcination's base material, but this is what I think it represents. Anyway. The process of separation involves rediscovering our authentic self or feelings for a person. AKA, if Melania had her feelings oppressed by the gold or the rot, either one, then her will being born into Millicent, as Millicent describes, makes sense. In this stage, many things surface up. Example, many things surface up. Example, anger, frustration. There's no period there. Or like a... I feel like there needs to be some sort of punctuation here. Like, or a word. For example, anger, frustration, or disappointment towards one another or ourselves. So a different person or ourself. Who better to represent that than someone who is literally physically a different person that represents ourself, right? Millicent is a different person than Melania, but has her willpower, herself. This is the shadow period of the dark night of the soul, which is related to the dying by the beloved who leaves you by the water lilies, right? So I feel like I don't need to explain that too much, but for those who don't understand the significance of dying by the lilies, right, being left dead by the lilies, by the beloved, it's an ancient poem, by the way, a long time ago, like hundreds of years ago. A deep purple water lily. Okay, so, or self-reflection by reviewing what is hidden material of our soul in this soul alchemy process, decision on what needs to be discarded and what to reintegrate into our refined personality, right? Because it is the part of our, the material is part of our soul, part of our personality. So what the hidden part is the dark part, and then you decide what is discarded and reintegrated in the process of filtration, right? The separation. So much of this shadowy material are things we are ashamed of, or deep known or unknown wounded traumas. So if Melania knows it or not, right, she is controlled by Mikola from the start, whether they're doing it on purpose or not, right? It is because of a deep religious trauma, because it's, again, the game is telling you that they rebelled against the Golden Order, their religion. So it is not a mystery as to what the trauma is. It is the whole point of the DLC. They're abandoning their flesh. They're killing themselves slowly for something they think is right, rather than reverting to the old habit of dutifully trying to forgive or forget. You face your dragon and demons right here and meet them in the eye. So the dragons, the demons being one thing, the demon dragons and Lost Izalith, you have to face your dragons, right? You do not forgive, you do not forget, you face your dragons. That's the whole point here. So when you know the truth, you face your dragons, right? That's this whole path, a bunch of dragons. Everything in this fucking area, dragons. So, well, I think it has to do with this area. This is the dragon area in the base game, after all. There's about 12 dragons here in Grail's area. So then the next would be conjunction, sun, moon, marriage and balance, unity, the rose. And then it's all about the paradigm shift, which is literally when Ronnie gives you the fucking statue that flips the paradigm of gravity in the world, literally, where you are blocked off from a physical door on the quest until you get the ring. So you are literally locked out of this paradigm, which is wild, until you flip the world over and go get the ring from her mother, which is intelligence, which would be the difference between understanding 3D and 5D. It's fucking dumb, but it's also really smart. Like, I feel dumb. I should explain. I feel dumb having to understand it. I'm like, god damn, that's complicated. It makes me feel dumb. But also, it's fucking dumb. Like, who the hell is gonna put that shit together? The only thing I know for fact that makes me tie this together is it's the marriage of sun and moon, which there's only one goddamn spot. So you would have to go in this shape. Ready for it? I'm gonna draw the shape over here. Ready? You go Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, Caelid, right? It's the fucking trilogy symbol or whatever. I'm drawing like an idiot because I'm doing it on a... Can I do it on the mouse? That's gonna be even harder. I can't actually either. Fuck. There we go. Looks like I drew a dick. How did I just do that? I just did it perfect. Then I can't replicate it. What the fuck? Okay, but yeah, it's the Holy Trilogy, or should here this symbol. Ready? Right on the inside, not the circles, but this right? It's Limgrave, the Weeping Peninsula, Caelid. Now, I don't think that's what these things mean, but literally that is what you're drawing in the map right here with that. Look at it. Right? You have to come down this way. Hit this. And then go down. Circle around. And then go back. But you can't really do it like that, right? If you jump and you're doing it backwards like we did, somehow, some fucking weird way, I did end up drawing that symbol in the map because I did it backwards. I don't know how we did it, but we did it. And we talked to everyone. I think that's the way. It seems like this one stage here. I'm going to get ahead of myself on purpose. So forgive me. And sure. Multiplication is the process used to increase the potency of the Philosopher's Stone. It occurs near the end of the magnum opus in order to increase gains in the transmutation of higher alchemical form, from lead to gold consciousness. It consists in redoing the already done spiritual transformation, but with more exalted and perfected sequences without going through the dark night of the soul phases. So, no death of lilies, right? The water lily stage would be gone. Death would die. If you know the DLC, you know. If you know, you know. That explains why the DLC NPCs have such a very fucking particular order that I think I stumbled ass backwards through on my first playthrough of the DLC. With help, of course, from Wyatt. Shout out. And we fucking killed it. We accidentally discovered the true order in the DLC, which led us down this whole thing. This is the DLC. You do the same process. Ready? Here, I'll prove it to you. Again. Remembrance. I'll use the game. Remembrance bosses. 12 minus 1 is 11, correct? So minus 1 stage. The Dark Night of the Soul stage. How many bosses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You're welcome. Okay. And then that's why there are so many remembrance bosses in base game. Ready? Because you would do it not just the 12 stages. Ready? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The Holy Trilogy after you've done the 12 and created yourself into the Magnum Opus. The thing is, I think they have them listed in not the right order. You're not... It's an intuitive order, right? You would go from Rubido down to Citrinatus and then Albedo if you're doing it backwards. Or... you would go Full Moon, then Godric the Grafted, and then Star Scourge Radon, right? Either way, if you're doing it in order of the alchemical marriage, it doesn't seem like he would go first. One of these two would go before him. So it's like a weird order. It's more intuitive. It doesn't have anything to do with their stats. It's based on the colors that they represent. So he's Rubido because he's about fire. He's the big red monster in Caelid, right? But it's also the purpling, right? That's what it's called. I'm not just making that up. I'll look it up just to show you. Ready? Magnum Opus. The purpling, right? The Rubido, the reddening, purpling, or Iosis. Becoming or to make purple. So it's called Rubido, but it makes purple. What color magic does Radon of the Rubido stage use? Hold on. We'll get there together. Purple. So. Story done. To take up arms against the Sea of Trouble. And by opposing. Remember that tent. Okay, I'm gonna count that as a miss, but whatever. At least my horse isn't dead. Okay, you know what, guys? With the fucking batarang, middle of combat dart. No, never do that. I think I've only done that one time ever intentionally. If I ever throw a dart in combat and I'm not screaming about it, then it was an accident, just straight up. And that sounded like a challenge. Ooh. I don't like the layout of the terrain that we got here. I'm an albinoric, of course. I'm a level 1 slime, so my blood is silver. Holy shit! That's why I don't like this kind of terrain. I'm going from lead-based consciousness to... or what is it? Lead-based ego? Shit. Got your ankle. The golden consciousness? Whatever it said. You read the wiki. You read the excerpt with me. You know what I'm talking about. You. Alright, well, that was a little anticlimactic. Is this the fucking exit? That's so cool. Am I getting ahead of myself? Wow. This game is so well designed that I know I'm misunderstanding it a lot of the time. No. Torrent, come on. But I mean, some things are just me analyzing it surface level and going, well, what does this mean in terms of that meta story, right? What does it connect to? I let the lore people read into the meanings of the stories, and then I'm like, well, if we can all agree on one thing, like this person was wronged in one of the timelines, if, you know, the players do it a certain way, then I'll at least go off of that, right? If we can all agree on one thing... Part of me wanted to make a joke, but no, but it actually does help with the theories and stuff. Please don't hit me. Ow. I wanted to get derailed by a joke, but my better judgment prevailed. Like, wait, no. Finish your thought, goddammit. Yeah. Alright. So we should be... Ooh, it's my favorite weapon. Technically, I could do this now. I mean, I guess I could have done it the whole time. That's all right. Somehow there's actually an animation for it, which is more surprising. I thought it would just mimic the other dual wield animations, but it's got like a unique one. If you, I think it's 2 of these. It's a different animation, right? Oh no, they just have like a special attack. Isn't there a sword? Maybe I'm thinking of a special weapon that is 2 weapons at once. Nope, definitely not that. I saw someone like dual wielding a sword backhanded while offline. I got summoned into another person's world and the invader was using a single-handed weapon, right? Like, there's a way up at the top actually. I don't know if I have it, which is weird because I thought I had everything. Just not on this guy. There's like, there's no way it's any of these. These are like 2-handed swords and shit. It was that. What the fuck? He was like dual wielding these backwards. Where is it? No. Like how the fuck? Maybe it just looked like these. Oh no, yeah. See, this is a different. They have a different fucking combo when you dual wield them. It's weird. So certain weapons when you dual wield them have like unique animations. I was like, am I crazy? But no, it actually was. But someone was using those like Star Killer, the fucking Star Wars character that's sick as fuck. I mean, he's OP. I'll agree to that. But also, you can't deny that some of the shit that he did in those games was fucking the coolest shit. And, like, it went anime with Star Wars, which was also dope. I will concede entirely that the shit he did was way too strong to be considered canon. Would I love to see him brought back in a reasonable manner? Fuck yeah. But then it would be actually... It'd be like the Joker, right? You can't just kill the Joker. He's supposed to be like a force of nature villain. That's like the whole point of Batman. It's to show like his humanity, right? He doesn't kill. It's like there's like one story where he finally kills the Joker and it's so insane because it's like, wow, Batman breaks his code, he kills the Joker. So it's like you can have just a force of nature villain that's like Vader, right? He is Vader's apprentice, where it's like that guy he's not going to be defeated, right? When he shows up, they kind of honestly, again, I was watching Acolyte. I guess that's why Star Wars is on the mind. They fucking killed it. The dude with the smiley face helmet, I don't know how else to describe him. It was actually dope as shit. I was like, oh, I thought he was just gonna show up and roll everybody the whole time, but he kind of did. But they made it seem like, I don't know, not like he was such an unreasonable power level that I was like, okay, this is fucking dumb. But he did seem strong that I was like, oh, okay, he's got to be skilled. Where the fuck did that guy go? Oh, he fell. Actually really liked it. How do I avoid spoilers? I mean, I guess I did so far. I just mentioned the guys in the trailer. Yeah. I guess I don't want to spoil too much of it, because I actually recommend the show. It's pretty cool. Get back here, you fucking beetle. You shit eater. Oh, he looks like a fucking dung beetle. How did it take me so long to piece that together? The fuck? I have actually never heard anyone else mention that though. As much as I want to say I'm dumb, I'm like, I've never heard anyone compare him to a dung beetle, which is like such an, like as soon as I said it out loud, I'm like, how the fuck did I never put 2 and 2 together? Duh. He's the dung eater. He's a dung beetle. I guess I just maybe wrote it off like it's so obvious that like the first time you hear it, you just don't even think about it. But like, how the fuck has literally no one mentioned that? I've watched so many theory videos, so many people talking about how crazy and evil and disgusting and fucked up that character is. Dung beetles aren't eating the shit, right? They roll it up to incubate their eggs. That is literally his story. He is rolling up the shit so that he can gestate a fucking rune, which is the symbol of giving birth. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? How have I like, now I'm piecing together the it's actually, when he says he was true enlightenment, he's right. He's not, he's just ripping the shit out of people. I mean, that's crazy. But he's trying to collect it? Like, oh, I guess he's dung eating, right? He's collecting it in himself. So it's like, yeah. He's doing it wrong? Do they eat shit? I thought they used it to just harbor their eggs, but I mean, it would make sense if they like were bottom feeders, because it's not the only animal I've ever heard that does that. It's just, I thought that's not what dung beetles do with the shit. Isn't that like their, isn't that essentially their cocoon? Oh my god, am I really gonna... Where'd you Googling it? Oh, mushrooms. What the fuck did that say about mushrooms? Herbivores and omnivores. Okay, well. They eat the dung! Well, they do. And prefer that produced by the latter. Omnivores. Ugh. Many of them also feed on mushrooms and decaying leaves and fruit. Okay, so they do... Okay, so they eat the decay. Which means, yeah, of course they would eat shit. I thought they were... I was misinformed again. I was told by YouTube Reels and shit that maybe they also... Yeah, when the ball is finished, the female lays eggs inside it. So that's why they're rolling it around, is to make a nest. But I guess they also eat it. Okay. Disgusting. The squelch on the corpses. I'm talking about, okay, well that's fucking gross. Jumps onto a body, a pile of bodies, just stomps on the corpse at the top. Oh, okay. We'll continue on our journey. Okay, do you guys mind? I'm kind of... See, the thing is, with a horse, it's about 1,000 times easier. I'm glad I didn't lock onto him, because I actually got to... It'd be cool if you throw these at the thing and it explodes. So it looks like Chinese, like firework cannons. No, please, don't stop on my account. Thing's fucking cool as hell. God, I wish you could attack with it. You know in Halo when you can like use the turrets and then rip them off the mount? They needed to do some shit like that. They gave us a fucking cannon. Come on, you couldn't give us a flamethrower weapon based off the flamethrowers? There might actually be one that I just haven't seen, but I got the like all legendary armaments achievement, all legendary talismans achievement. I'm noticing that becoming the Elden Ring isn't becoming the Elden Lord. That's just that's just separate. Fuck. Hit the tree? You want to stay in melee range just so that they don't go to grab? No, just so that they don't try to hit you with a far attack, like a throwing of their arm. A little scary when it goes for the grab, but whatever. We can do fire damage now. The timing of a hesitated jump, I guess it's a delayed, intentionally delayed. I'm not hesitating. An intentionally delayed jump attack is one of the best follow-ups. They can't parry you. They can't really poise check you unless they hit you with a really strong move. And as you just saw, you're going up into the air. So that second arrow that missed is kind of the example. There's a chance that they just straight up miss you. Like they just shoot up above you as you're descending and you're fine. So there's a lot of reasons it's safe. And then it's like attacking in the middle of a roll, because you're now moving up and down, right? So that's an evasion, but you're still attacking. So at the end of your roll, you're already attacking. And by the time you can roll, right? By doing that, you've already rolled doing the jump attack. So it's like, it's a safer option. In my humble opinion, the delayed jump attack after, like here, jump heavy, back it up, jump heavy, heavy, back it up, light, see, light does nothing. Heavy though, she's got so much time on her hands. God, I wish. I mean, your character's immortal. It's kind of a different comparison. Who wants to live forever anyway, right? To get this guy to attack this way. Oh shit. Fucking seriously. There's a treasure chest up there. Ah, damn it. They're trying to sprint. Sprint and roll are the same button. So that's why sometimes I'm trying to run and I'll roll, or the opposite is true. I'm trying to roll in combat and my character will break into a fucking sprint into the enemy's weapon, head first into the blade. All right, perfect. Fucking useless now. Huh. So we've talked to every NPC and got every line of dialogue out of every single character up to this point. And then some. We circled back around many times to make sure everyone's quest is set up to a point where the only thing that we need to do is either defeat Godric or go around him. Oh, is that the fucking... Wow. I may have done it backward. No. I think you're doing it backwards intentionally, but it's actually the path forward. That's what's confusing me. I'm like, why does it feel like this is such a natural progression forward when I'm doing everything backwards. And I'm like, oh, that's the point. That's why you're supposed to be uncertain about it, but just do as the characters tell you. Do as the characters want, but not what they tell you, based on what they tell you. It's the weirdest shit ever, but that's actually what you need to do. It's not about doing what they say. It's about listening to everything they say and doing what they need in the perfect order, doing what everyone needs. It's crazy. If you do what they say, you'll just get what they want done out of order of everyone else. You need to fucking, you gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them. Actually though, there's certain NPCs you gotta tell no to, certain things you gotta make sure you, like, you can't steal Patches' chest. You have to keep talking to him until he gives it to you and then betrays you. And if the whole thing is about forgiveness, right, then that means you are now, instead of stealing from Patches, you are being told to take a trap, and then you are being nice enough, right, to trust him, and then he betrays you, and then you forgive him. You do the rest of his quest without killing him, and then he constantly betrays you, and then rather than forgiving and forgetting, you go back into his arena and kick his ass. Is that it? And then that would be the second fight with him after the Tanith and Volcano Manor, would be you facing your dragons and revealing the true identity, because now you know Patches, right? But you are deciding to forgive him through showing you are stronger and defeating him, right? That's actually crazy symbolism, now that I just read the separation stage. Not just me coming up with that, it's just based off of that writing that we read. And then saying like, okay, well, if they want you to go through every fucking interaction in the game, it explains why Jaren is not here and why I cannot attack as much as I am pressing the attack button, because it's not supposed to happen yet. We are on a different path. So with this, there will be one last person to talk to, Gallery, where he thanks us and sends us on our way. And then we could go talk to Garank. But I guess maybe I have it backwards. Instead of going that way, we do this, where we circle up and then we get to the wall, and then we wind up at the church. Then we go into the catacombs where it turns us around, which we will then loop through these things. We help Alexander get to the castle. Now that we've been here, we can tell him where the fuck it is. So hold on. So from the church, we needed to hit this tree last, which is where we would have turned around. So that's kind of perfect. Now going backwards through. Yeah, because then we would go through the Gale Tunnel, circle back around. You hit the Jail Cave, which sends you out here, and then you can teleport to Garank very conveniently. I think we need to circle around here a couple of times. I just need to go through the ley line. Like, you could see a clear wall here. I think it's this on one side of the wall, after that, and then on the other side of the wall you go up to Fort Gale, and then when you're spiraling down, I remember that at least, it shows you the path to this cave when you're at the top and you turn around. So the teleporting from here to here, because you don't even need to teleport, is the same thing we discovered before, but why the fuck is there one teleporter that's marked? I know it's not even the only one, but why? I think I have to take it and then turn around there. Alright, I'm gonna make a save state before we talk to this guy. In case the time travel is wrong. Well, actually, so far everything we've done up to this point makes sense. I have it written down on a whiteboard next to me, so it's like in a loop, and I'm like, okay, I've erased and seen many paths through. This makes the most sense in terms of the character's dialogue and where they're lined up on the map and where the map points you, right? Where the game makes you walk towards. You're going straight, like Vare says, then that should be where we're going up to this point. Past this point, I'm a little unsure, because we're in uncharted waters now, that I've gotten more and more confirmation. After O'Neill, I'm going to call this before Jaren. This will be the end of the calcination stage as well, technically, because now we've introduced and set up all of the prime materials without air. Right? Well, actually, no, because we have to go through all the way to the fucking... There's so much to do. God damn it, there's so much to do. Tried to take a screenshot last night, and then I realized it's both a bird and a dragon. It's just a silhouette. I was like, oh yeah. Because that's Garank's society in Fair Missoula. Cheers. It's all the same shit. You just gotta roll it up. And eat it? Ew? I think yes, though. I think that's the point. When he calls you the dung eater, that's what he was getting at. But that's kind of what I was saying before. Like, you understand his religious purpose is the misunderstanding. And he says that he is enlightenment. So it's like when you understand him and his misunderstanding, then you are enlightened. So it's like a double meaning.
No matter if you can fell one of them.
I'm essentially the dung eater while saying the same thing he is. I mean, I was kind of joking about that this whole time, of being like, I know, because that's what he's saying, but...
Festival from time to time. Well, it's true. This fortress houses only the vanquished. But when the stars align, we celebrate. A war festival honoring the...
When the stars align, stars are souls, when the souls align.
Mightiest demigod of the shattering and bearer of a great rune.
Yep, that's the great rune. I love a good festival.
Well, good. As you should. The festival affords glory to warriors. Then all you need is a little patience. When the stars align, the festival will be declared. Have patience, hmm?
I wonder how many people have even spoken to Jaren here.
The festival will be declared.
Have patience. I got some patience in my pocket right here, actually. So this was the fucking sword that I've been talking about, connecting everything. Ruin Greatsword. Originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. This surviving fragment was honed into a weapon, one of the legendary armaments. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive powers. So, detective, which meteorite was the oldest meteorite that struck them? You would maybe guess any of the falling star beasts, and I'd say maybe. You might say Estelle, and I'd say maybe. And then you might hover over a certain weapon. Great sword forged from a blue-white meteoric ore. The blade conceals gravity manipulating magic, like all of the people listed above. Estelle and the, you know, the falling star beasts. A weapon unique to the Alabaster Lords. A race of ancients with skin of stone who were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. Ding, ding, ding! You found the winner! It was the Obsidian Lords and the Alabaster Lords. So, what the fuck is the difference? White and blue! White and blue. Do you like my armor by any chance? Okay, so, you like my shield by any chance? Just curious. Did I know the whole time? Is that what I've been leading to? Is that why I do not change my armor? Is that why whenever I change back into my armor, I put the knight set on? Could that be it? Whose armor set is this? Why, it's Windman, right? You might go, what are you talking about, Windman? What the fuck are you? Who's Windman? Nice armor set. Aryan Knight. Smart people know who Windman is. Let's do it. Let's say it together. Not Godfrey, right? Not Godric or Godwyn, his descendants. But... Horaloo. So, Horaloo of the birds, right? Birds being... Ready? 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 Raptors. Raptor talons, birds of prey. Raptors being birds, dinosaurs being dragons. Horaloo is the white and blue air person, right? With Nefeli's quest. Right here. Keep going. Hold on, keep going. Stormhawk Dean. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Used to summon the spirit of Dean the Stormhawk. Spirit of a fierce hawk that faithfully rendered lifelong service to the old king of Stormvale long ago. When the true storm raged in Stormvale, its cries emboldened its fellows in battle, and the tempestuous winds, tempest-like winds, that encircle it shred through foes. So, dragon wins and dragon, right? Birds are wind, Horaloo's wind and dragon. Crucible society is that of dragons, right? Who did we just fight in here? Dragon Man of Horaloo's society. Godfrey, helm of the Crucible Knight who served Godfrey, Horaloo, the first Elden Lord, right? It's all connected. I'm showing you the connections. So Horaloo Birdman is Dragon Man. Us, the Gray and Blue Knights. But wait, there's more! Who are the true blue back in the day? Our ancestors, right? I guess I'll answer my question with a question. Whose spell is this? Wait. This. Ice sorcery of the town of Zaymore. Strike the ground with the staff to create a freezing tornado, you say. Blue and white. Charging enhances potency. Cloaked in icy tempests, the Knights of Zaymore have challenged the fire giants since ancient times. Ancient enemies, huh? The Alabaster Lords, the white and blue, and the red and black. Interesting. Red and black? But wait, red and black with dragons? I could have swore there was a symbolism. Dragons. Dragons, red and black. Wait. Red and black? Who's red and who's black? Well, the snake is Ouroboros, and that's supposed to represent dragons and snakes. Huh. And this is a eternal hunger, right? A lust. Only those who repeat the cycle. Okay, so that's Ouroboros as well. Okay. And black iron gauntlets worn by Drake Knights. Oh, where do you find this? Oh, the same place Malekith is. In crumbling Farum Azula. America's home. And her children's inherited power. She's not gold. I know exactly what color is. Right? Ready? Let's go. Let's see if we can get it. Where is it? Where's the thing? I don't have it. No, I do, but where is it? Damn. Damn. She took the color from the flame and sealed that shit with Mesmer in the fucking Shadowlands. That's crazy. And also, I guess, broke it in half. Not really. It's really sealed it with Malekith at the end of time, but it's the same power. Snake, red, magenta, fire. Fire giants, red and black. That would make us... Wait. By right of blood, right? By our own blood, if we seek the truth through the item drops, right? What does Arcane help you with? Oh yeah, item drops. So if we are seeking the arcane truth through the item drops, well, we just tied Horlu, who we as Tarnished are descendants of, to... Oh, we're a Dragon Knight. That's why Arcane scales with truth. But then that would mean we're technically a mixture of all of the dragons, right? If Horlu was the blue, and Radagon was the red, Radagon is now America, and their lineage joined together. That's why the demigods of Radon and Rani were raised to demigodhood when the red joined America. Huh. So I guess we're a little bit of everything. Excusez-moi. Now we go backwards. Actually, we have to get to the top and make a leap of faith or some shit. Hello. So it's fitting that when we're turning around, we are now going the right way up the tower. I didn't notice this. Yoink. Okay, please tell me the guy down below drops a fucking item. Sorry, big boy. Well, that's a no. We just circle back around. That's funny. Nope. That's not the right thing. All of that because I drank the wrong flask. Ow. But to take me to the goddamn sky, I've never walked in the air like that, actually. I got 1,000 hours in this game. I've never jumped onto an enemy and then landed like I hit a brick wall and was able to walk for a second like that. That was crazy. Alright. It's actually really cool, but the first time I've ever seen that. I'm not even I got way too many hours in this game. Do you mind, slime? Okay. He minds. So backwards would be, if we're going this way and up, which is correct. And then it hits a dead end, you turn around. Right? You go this way. You go up and in. Get away. Remember when I said remember those harps? They look like this, but they were red outside. Well, the reason I said that is I am pretty sure those are points you're supposed to jump back down onto. So, that being said, we're gonna get hit by something. I should probably drink this. They give a backwards lead so you could go under them. Running away from these, yeah, that's typically what's gonna happen. Okay. That's one freebie. Oh shit. We gotta get there before it fucking hits us. It's going to, I swear. That thing shoots far. Alright. Mission failed successfully. Journey with eyes to the sky, right? Or eyes to the stars? What did they say? Right, well, this is definitely pointing that way. What are we lined up with? Way over there. Kenneth? What? I mean, you're literally staring, like, if you look through the flags way over there, that tree and everything, it's lined up with Fort Height. What? What am I supposed to be looking at? Maybe the Church of Dragon Communion? Or Cathedral of Dragon Communion after you've circled around. Oh, what the fuck? I'm supposed to go like this. Boom, hit that, go in there, turn around, then come back out. Then do I jump down this cliff to the sending gate, go up to Garank and talk to him? And I've teleported there. So now I go back. You see, the thing is, there's two paths here. It makes more sense to go down the secret path backwards. Nah, because if you're turning it, look, again, you're supposed to be like water. If I poured water right here, it would flow down like this. Right? And then you kind of circle here. Actually, you circle down to the bottom of here where it would turn you around, and now you're going up. Right? I guess that's a problem. You get to a point where then you have to just go off of ley lines because you're at the bottom. Like this going down here. I guess it's trying to point you in the direction of like Malekith is connected to this tower. Remember, they were only like separated by a gap, right? A void. And this tower is the one that has the Glowmite Queen's sword, the one that would be connected to the rune he has, which is also the reason he's loyal to America. Now I guess I got to the true identity crisis. America, right? America, Elden Ring. She looks like Mikola in that picture, I just want to say. Alright, so America, I should be very careful over Google images of America. You fucking fiends can't help yourselves, but, so America is Radagon. Radagon is red and the gold. So Radagon would be the golden consciousness that America evolved into, right? And another theory, if I'm just saying I'm wrong, right? You just got to accept it. Then Radagon is America, but also is not America, because it's the lands between. It's why he's forming into a completely different person. But again, it's like, maybe the material that she used to become Radagon is fighting back. That's one way I could imagine it. But then that still is like, well, what material did she use to become? She had to have been... I think it's a subtle thing. I think it's like the devil is in the details. If you look at the Queen Marika's picture, she's only blonde to a point, and then her hair is straight up turning silver like an Albinorix, right? And then again, to further prove this, Marika's braid, the item looks like that. Why? This is why the this braid of America is shorter than the other. Oh, that's cool. She cut her braid. I never noticed that. One braid is shorter because she cut it. Wow. So she would be the twin-headed snake, and then she broke the cycle. That's literally what the fucking symbolism is. That's so funny. But if you look at the ends, and even intertwined with the gold, the hair is like a silvery gold. Like it's like losing its luster. The gold is just an enchantment over it. She is white. That's why it's weird. I'm like, what is that secret? Right? What is it trying to tell us with that? Here. America DLC motherfuckers probably be like, maybe she just had the same hairstyle when she was younger. Same braid count, orientation, layout, size for all four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same gown, forces legs together for female equestrian style. Only one braid and clearly a metal crown with a different pattern. Actually, she had 2 braids. We just got shown that. Same braid shape as the Haligtree soldiers. True, but literally right here in the picture you're pointing at, America has that same thing. But I understand. It definitely... My theory is that if you're born into the next person, right, then America's spirit is also a portion of Miquella's soul. That the best way to phrase it: physical body is Saint Trina, the soul is America's, and that is the same part that craved to become Radagon, right? America wanted to become Radagon. Saint Trina wanted to become America. They're doing the same thing. So I think it's, again, like, the reason you can confuse them here is because the story is supposed to tell you they're doing the same thing and they are essentially the same person, right? They're just doing the sins of the father. They're doing the same thing as their mother. It's like the lands between. They are their parent, plural, but their parent is an Albinoric woman like Melania who could just sprout into people. Albinorics are the only ones that are asexual in the story that do that, so that's why I keep saying that it's weird. I'm not even gonna scroll. That she keeps aligning with Albinoric stuff. Also, oh, they confirmed the thing. So this is America, sure. I wonder why she braided her hair. Oh, so she wasn't braided originally. So she had crazy locks? That is insane. And it is also in the trailer, like, flowing through her. It's like turning her hair gold in this scene. So that is a notable thing. She didn't have braids, so if her hair wasn't gold yet. That's crazy. And if it were white gold turning gold, you wouldn't really notice it in the scene. It would just look like it's glowing. Because, I mean, it's the same thing. I need to be really careful. America has a braid. Yeah, see, I do love discovering these things. Here, for those wondering what the fuck I'm talking about. It is something that was supposed to turn into twins, but did not. Resulting in 2 heads on one body. No, maybe. The only allegory I can imagine that is that... Holy fuck. It's not a leap, it was just a realization. I was saying that this character is symbolic, right? They're called twin, it's called twinned armor. For conjoined twins, but spiritually fused into the same armor. Right? That's why when you get the armor and give it to the other twin, they wake up. Their soul is in the armor. It was forged into the armor. Their bodies are puppets. The soul is the armor, the thing controlling it. So... my ears hurt from that discovery. That means America isn't Radagon. Radagon was the other head. Holy fuck. Which would have been another soul, spiritually. Oh, shit. Is that... oh... or America was the original one. Because then that would explain... this item... description. Okay, remember what it just said. 2 heads come from one of them not fully being born and merging into the other person. Not fully being born. Light pink mushroom resembles a wizened finger. America's loyal to the fingers. Right, the mother. Material used for crafting items, exceedingly rare to find. Used by those who wish to become fingers to induce hallucinations. They call these mushrooms the stillborn of the two fingers. This is an analysis, it's the theory, but that is suggesting that America cut off her other head. Right? The other snake. Whoa. They were to be conjoined twins. And she's like trying to merge with him. Because it's like, why would she have... I said that this would make her the two-headed snake, right? If her child Mesmer has the snakes, I guess he literally has the two-headed snake powers. Holy fuck, that explains it. He doesn't just have one snake. Give me the character art, god damn you. He's got a two-headed snake. Holy fuck. Again, that's like a realization in the theory. I'm not even gonna say that's confirmed, but god damn. The red hair of Mesmer. America's trying to become gold. Oh, oof. Oh, trying to gain life. Oh, that hurt my stomach. Oh, that hurt my stomach. Oh, that's sad as fuck. That's a theory. I don't even like that. I don't even like where that theory is pointing. It means I was right. Oh, but in like a way I could have never imagined. Oh, and the whole thing with the twin flame is two spirits, or two souls, two twin souls. Oh no. Oh my god. No. That's the symbolism of the twins all over the game. Yeah, and from experience with my family who has twins, it's a genetic thing. If you have twins in your genes, you're more likely to have twins. So she has the twin gene. If she keeps creating twins, or again, Radagon could be his own entity that is melded into her, and that's why because Horlu had twins with Marika before. Oh my god. It's fucked up. Oh my god, that's fucked up. That means Radagon is his own person. They were conjoined twins and they're fighting over the body. Holy fuck. I actually think it's even darker than that. I don't even know how to put it into words. They're souls, right? It's supposed to be a mixture of what really is happening and what is magically happening, so the magical fusion of the souls is what's literally happening, but it's like a woman and a man fighting over. That's what the whole Rebus thing is, and they haven't found peace, because clearly we have to show up and fight. Oh my god. And then having to do the second process and multiplying it would mean that my stupid theory that I kind of joked about of Mikola being America, it's kind of like, yeah, that's like an apt description. I don't know. They're seeking their own body, so they have to like discard their flesh and possess a male body instead of having a female body. It's like the soul of a man in a woman's body is the whole Saint Trina allegory. To explain it in the game, right, literally, they're like, I abandon here my flesh, I abandon here my flesh, I abandon here my flesh at every single one of the crosses that Mikola is leaving, right? I abandon here my arm, my other arm, my eye, and you literally loot the stuff, and then like they're bleeding, because you get the Empyrean blood there, right, the burgeoning Empyrean thing, so they are literally bleeding, so they are literally spreading themselves across the land. An immature bud containing fresh blood, alright, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. So this is Empyrean blood. because you get these from Mikola on his trail. You loot them at the crosses. Or St. Trina? St. Trina's the one that's bleeding, and Mikola, the soul inside, is the one doing it to her. Oh, it created a vengeful cycle. So it's the same thing, but opposite, because the world is flipped upside down. Mikola was a female body, right? According to alchemy, they say feminine and masculine traits. So it's a girl with a soul of a man inside. And their mother was originally a man, the soul of a woman inside, because the whole smithing script is that they crafted things. Holy shit. Potentially? That's like the other people's theory, I guess I should state. That's not just my theory. It's like I'm trying to humor the people who are saying Radagon is America. I'm like, maybe, but my theory is that they are two separate entities, at least. The Red King is the original Radagon the Red. The reason I got here is because that's the whole red thing, right? Radagon the Red versus Horalu the Blue. Zaymor versus Fire Giants, red versus blue, right? That's the whole thing. And then the purpling would be realizing they're all the same thing in the void, which would be pitch black, or the white in the light. Zaymor is white, Obsidian is black and red, right? Because with the Mesmer fire, their whole thing is black and red. Black and red. God damn. I'm like scared to move forward. That's fucking dark as shit, but it is a George R.R. Martin. I'm surprised it's not darker. That's as fucked up as I've been saying the story is. I'm like, there's probably more stuff that I'm not even looking into, because I'm like, I don't even want it to be that dark. But holy shit. My theory of them being separate also fits the theme of imposing your will on your twin flame, right? It's like America wasn't the true twin flame, Renala was, so she's imposing her will on Radagon to force them into this alchemical marriage to merge into one entity. That's my theory. But just to, I mean, either theory sees them trying to merge and creates that fucked up story. It's just either an allegory for, my like heart hurts trying to even say the words, for unborn children with America and the Shadows and the Nascents, or sexual assault with Radagon and the misbegotten children, because that would be the only definition of their fucking name. The misbegotten lions. Oh, hey, actually don't mind me, I was actually supposed to talk to Gallery. Sorry about that, bud. He's fine. No health bar means we should be good. As long as there's no health bar, you're fine. Glad I decided to take a little turn into the swamp right there. It saved me, I think. Wasn't that coordinated? So it's all the same shit. Which is funny because that rant I just went on disproved like a bunch of hour-long videos that I watched that I agreed with originally. I was like, well, yeah, clearly that has to be the case. And now I'm like, ooh, all of those guys were wrong. They made so many videos and sounded so sure of themselves. And I'm like, just me asking a question and saying like, well, it could be one or the other thing. Like, not saying it has to be one or the other. It's like, well, now we're finding similar ties between both timelines, which confirm that we are going down the timeline, which is fucked up. Don't do it, doggy. Good doggy.
Welcome.
It's because I'm the Elden Lord.
How may I help?
Millicent paid a visit.
Oh, you noticed, did you? Indeed, Millicent did visit this hovel of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain. But
that's so fucking smart!
no,
That confirmed that I was right a minute ago, what I was uncertain about. I love that. That keeps
is to be
is to be forgotten. You're wrong, Gowry. So, if this is Iacade, right, the missing land taken away, right, it would mean multiple things. There would be no beaches here. And the star things, right, the gazing pools that are supposed to be at bodies of water and shit, like, or on cliff sides looking into the sky, would be here and or wouldn't be here, and there are none, right? So there's two pieces of evidence, and the third one is that last thing he said just now. If we continue down the road, right, that's why it's all dark right here. Now I see, because they had to darken this, otherwise they'd show the road. If you see the road before, it would have clearly led you over to Jaren, because the ruins point that way, right? So the foundation was pointed this way, which means the ley lines would have been pointed this way, which means the stones that Morth Ruins has would have been laid this way, which means the roads would have also been laid this way, because that's how ley lines work. So me walking towards it and then being stopped, but there's a bunch of runes broken, means the path had rotted away. I needed to remember and think of a way to get there around, right? I couldn't walk straight there. I had to think of a roundabout way of getting to him, because it pointed me in that direction. Then we come back and talk to him on our way to the final NPC that you have to talk to in the entire game. We talked to Jar. We talked to everybody up to this point. And if you're going in a spiral that's supposed to go from inner order to outer order, then, right, the last spiral in the entire zone, no matter what, is gonna hit up here. So naturally, what do? You're going through a spiral and you hit the very, very end of it, right? That's why you scroll, isn't it? If you saw the whole map, you would piece together that it's a spiral. That's so funny. That's why this is as far as you can zoom out. Because it's a fucking spiral. Right? Look. Actually, you know what the shape of it is? That spiral. Noticeably, the Statue of America behind Mesmer looks a bit different. Has a extra spiral here on the later half. Young half is just a circle, right? A small spiral. Older, more spiral. Actually spiraling back around, like a horn scent horn growing into her eyes, right? Spiral! Map shaped like that spiral. Actually, the whole world is shaped like that spiral, every part of it. It's a, it's not a spiral. I'm gonna pull something up real quick. Are you guys ready? Real quick. Here, let's get some Jonathan Colton playing, because we've been on the lore. I'm gonna get copyrighted, but are you ready, guys? It's not a spiral. It's a fractal. Okay. Still getting copyrighted, I'm sure, but just had to show that it's not a spiral. Just to avoid confusion. And it is a spiral. It's a spiral that goes forever. Into itself and outward. That's a fractal. A Mandelbrot set. It's a mathematical science equation, actually. And the whole world is broken down into that. I've known that since the beginning. I grew up on Jonathan Colton's song, Mandelbrot set. Alright. Let's fractal our way the fuck out of here, shall we? So we're spiraling. And not just emotionally downward through anxiety, which is symbolic and literally what this is supposed to be, right? You're spiraling down so that you can fight your way up through the shitty experience. Alright, fuck it. We'll just spiral. How you go forward? Where is forward? Supposed to turn around every time you talk to an NPC. That would be funny. Don't know if that's the case. Some of them definitely say turn around before you fuck up. But let me just do this real quick. Vare, turn around. Yura, turn around. Kale, turn around. Oh, well, Yura's here. Melina. No matter what, you're going to see Melina. So, Melina, turn around. Bach, turn around. Nah. I guess, yeah, it literally makes more sense to just keep going forward. The game tells that to you many times. Like, if you just keep, like a torrent of water, again, there's so many allegories that line up, but watch. 1, 2, 3, and then you hit a literal wall right here. So if you're flowing like water, you go this way, you hit Bach, right? You get the Selin. You get here, right? Because you're going. Actually, if you're supposed to go down, you would wind up like here. And then, yeah, of course. Yura, after this grace, you're still circling around, right? You go forward, you jump down underground, you wind up back here at the start. You talk to Vare again, who congratulates you for meeting a maiden, but also says you're an idiot. And then, yeah, well, you're maidenless the whole time. He just kind of is like, oh, okay, cool. Here's a new line of dialogue now that you've circled around. You keep going. You get the artist shack. You meet fucking Kenneth Height. You go. You do this. You hear the howling in the Mistwoods, right? So, you're going south. He tells you. You hit this. You kill the knight. You keep going south. Actually, I feel like the best thing to do at the top is turn around, right? So then you turn around. And while you're on the reverse road is when you're doing the jump path. So now that you're turned around, you jump up. You're on the astrologer's path of wind backwards, invisible. The first person you talk to on that path is Selin. Makes sense, kinda. Then you're going back towards Kale. So how would you flow there? I guess down the road. You jump. Oh yeah, because it tells. Yeah, you're following the graves. So bam. Bam, you jump down, you jump back up, you go here, you die on purpose. You keep going, you actually just jump and you circle around, get all this loot. Then you jump back down into there. Actually, with the artist shack, you should probably go up, get the artist shack item. Go here, die to the dragon. Go back to Yura, he'll have the "you're a fucking idiot" line of dialogue because you died to the dragon, but now you're going backwards again. Talk to Selin, get stronger. Bach is gone. That's where you have to go right now. Talk to Kale. You go down to the coastal cave. if you beat the dragon after you've died to it with Yura, then him telling you about the Dragon Communion Church is the hint that this is where you need to go now. You go to the Church of Dragon Communion, you help Bach, you reach another dead end, you turn around. So you're going back around, you go up, you turn in the quest with Bach, and you are now going up the fucking coast. You're going around, you go down, you wind up back at the church, going through backwards or here. Either way, you're now going up the fucking road. You've talked to everyone except the people in the water, so I'm guessing you go up, talk to Roderick. Well, actually, you would spiral up, get all of this loot because it sucks to fucking miss it. Get the graveyard, get turned around, jump down here, and then you'd be circling back around. Actually, you literally get let out right next to Roderica. So after this whole big circle, all of this shit, you get turned around, you drop out here, you keep going forward. Now I'm seeing you go to Bernal, you meet the Catacombs Night Lady, you get the Saint's Bridge. He says the ones who weed out Deathroot are pretty badass. I think you die here on purpose, maybe. You get turned around in the Catacombs. Then Saint's Bridge. You meet Alexander right here for the first time. Then you cross, you jump. Right? No, you cross. You meet him, you do this whole thing. He tells you about Garank. Maybe you die here and get turned around again, but I didn't feel the need to. You fight. You get through. You go around. I mean, Alexander Warrior Jars are here, but you're walking down the path. You get here, and now you're at the church at the top of the zone, and you've kind of talked to everyone except... Oh, I see. Now you're going through the water, right? Is that it? Going backwards? This one was weird. Okay, yeah. You can't go into the Smoldering Church or you trigger the line of dialogue. So you don't go too far, right? You don't get ahead of yourself. You circle around, you go down. Oh, I see. And the road lets you out above them. You're not done with this cycle yet. You go through. You talk to Kenneth again because you killed the knight. You turn in this quest. You're going down, and then you can jump to see Patches. Actually, pretty sure there's a way to circle around smoothly to do that. Actually, there is. These graves are like a weird path. It's the only fucking path in the game where you can actually use the graves as a walkway. Most of them will kill you. This one actually works. Don't know if it's intentional, but it's definitely there. But then that would put you towards the turning in of Kenneth. Oh, and then that time you talk to Kale. Okay, I see. I think we're supposed to talk to Patches on that first cycle, get invaded. Talk to Yura up here, jump, then go to the Artisan Shack. And then the next time you see him, he will be down here because he moves back down here. But you'll be doing this whole thing up to there. You talk to Bach or Blythe, or you snap now. You heard the howling the first time. Now you've snapped because you did it in order. After talking to Kali, I got close to fucking this up, but we saved the trigger. Then you're going down to help him fight this guy. Oh, and the people helping you during your fights is like when you succeed in the story, you need friendship to overcome, I'm guessing. You need to summon everyone for the DLC ending, you need to summon everyone for this ending. It makes sense story-wise, where the fuck everyone is, where the fault lies if they're helping you. You can't blame them as much, they are literally helping you. And that's the first zone. So we're essentially doing that. We carry that all the way through. Then you go down, you do this. Circle back up. You've talked to everyone. And then, now that you've talked to everyone in the 2 zones where Melina doesn't interrupt, you go back up, you lose to Margit the Fell, then she sends you to the Round Table Hold, and then Gideon says the line, "There is no one left to talk to." He is right. There is no one left to talk to. We did it up to that point. And now we go through to the next stage because we couldn't have got that line of dialogue going into Caelid. Now we're in the separation stage. Fucking A. So yeah. This right here is the thing that taught me I had to fast travel because there is no way out of this area. There's not. Sadly. You have to fast travel. Normally they give you a little warp spiral thing, but there are 2 instances where you need to fast travel in the game. Actually 3 instances where you need to fast travel that I'm aware of. 1, right here. You can't leave this area if you go here. You need to fast travel out. 2, if you want to talk to Ronnie here for every interaction, you need to fast travel here. Because if you pass time here or walk here, she will not be here. If I remember correctly. I read it on a wiki, but some of the wikis have conflicting information, so. Via teleporting on the map menu. Yeah. Manually going back to the church via walking there won't make Rena appear. Sitting at a site of grace any will not work either. Passing time done while resting at the site of grace, either inside or outside the church, will not make her appear. Quitting out of the game and loading back will not make her appear, regardless of the time of day. Time of day doesn't matter, making her appear, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, you literally need to fast travel here after you are shown the world is out of order and it forces you to fast travel, right? So this is where you're supposed to go, is from here to here. But also you're not, because you're supposed to leave here, go up, talk to him, run out, talk to him here, and then you're done with this entire region. Right now you're done with Limgrave and you're done with this area. The thing is, you needed to fast travel in this area. So if you're doing the game in order, you need to fast travel, and there's no other way. There's a bunch of drop downs actually here that you can't. Behind the castle, you can't go back. Behind or beside the rampart jail, you can't go back. And then Moangrave, you can't go back up to behind the castle. These 2 are next to each other, but you need to fast travel here. So that's why I'm like, okay, the game is telling you you need to fast travel at some point. That's interesting. Actually, a bunch of times. The 3rd and final time is in the DLC. Placidusax's Dragon Maiden works the same way. You have to leave the area, pass the time until night, and then fast travel there. Then she is there, asleep. You have to tie together the space in-game and the time in-game with their quests. So that's how I know I'm right, because that's the whole point, is tying together space and time. For those wondering why that matters, I'm just going to type Space-time smackdown. Space-time in physical science, a single concept that recognizes the union of space and time. First proposed by the mathematician Hermann Minkowski not too long ago as a way to reformulate Albert Einstein's special theory of relativity. So it's just working off the theory of relativity. Space and time are connected. That's why I joke about I'm sending this elevator to my future self as my present self, who is the past self, to my future self, who doesn't exist yet, right? And then when I finally get to the elevator, I walk through it and say, thank you, past me, who is now... or thank you, current me, who was now past me, to future me, who is now current me. So all of the past, present, and current me's, right? Past, future, and present me combined in one moment. It's a funny joke, but it's based off of that scientific method. It's weird for you to Conceptualize it. That's the joke. It's like, oh, he is his past self in that context, but not right now. He is his current self. But to his future self that he's talking to, he is his past self, even though he's his current self to us right now. Like the joke is that you are deciphering the metaphysics of space-time. That's the funny part. Okay, so I will be right back. And also, again, to tie it together, Mix Wondrous, what? Mix Wondrous, huh? They're not, I don't know. This is a meme page. Visions of Elden Ring. Physics? Physics is tied to the magic in the game, and the physics is tied to the base materials that come from the stars? Right? Because he's collecting the bowls that collect the matter of the stars. The matter of the stars is stardust that composes everything. The glintstone is the amber of the stars. It's all connected. Okay, cool. Just had to get that out of the way. I'll be right back! And we're back. As I sat down, I had another lore realization. This doesn't make quite as much sense. Alright. The lore thing does. The pathing. I think I'm going backwards, so I gotta go this way. I was doubting myself. It didn't math out in my head. It mathed out the other way, and then I just doubted it. Just do the thing that you see is very clearly the fucking path. That's what I think anyway. But dragon, physical body, stone, snake, right? So the humans being beastmen, descendants of the dragon, right? The snake, the dinosaur. Would mean our physical bodies would be represented by the beast magic, right? The like wind. I mean, so who? What would the opposition of this armor be? It would literally be Mesmer's armor, right? Yeah, okay, and I can explain why, I think, anyway. You go from a knight set, right, like a normal knight set, to the exact opposite, right? This is like the complete opposite of a knight set of armor. You are wearing, or like a smooth knight set of armor with just casual trim. That's white and blue, right? Silver and blue. This is black iron with red accents and also 100% heraldry, right? It is all about the symbolism, right? It's the entire helmet is symbolism. It's not about the smooth planes, right? Every fucking square centimeter, right? Now every single part of it is heraldry. Same with the arms, right? It's embroidered or whatever. It's like etched in. It's got that fancy snake thing. And then same with the feet. They're like Roman sandals, but the opposite of that would be, right? I guess. A very simple, plain suit of armor with faded heraldry, right? Like if I'm just moving around, you can't see the symbols, right? Like you can't really make out the runes on them. But if I was moving around Mesmer's helmet, you could tell it's a snake sticking out of the top from any fucking angle, right? That's what I mean by heraldry. When you look at it, what does it herald to you? What is the heraldry? It is, or what does it herald when you see it coming over the horizon, right? What is it? The flag it's bearing. This one doesn't really care too much about the flag. It's more muted, but it's more silver, more base material. It would be more along the lines of like a, actually it looks kind of like a bird beak too, the helmet. So this is connections to Horaloo, the bird natural dragon, and then you have the snake of fire and pitch black iron. So same kind of materials, right? Cloth and metal. It's the amount of metal, right? This one shows a lot of skin. That's another noticeable thing about it. Show some skin. But actually, this one you could see all, like, my legs, my arms, my face, right? Barely covering me. And then the suit of armor is a fucking suit of armor. It covers you from head to toe, right? So as you get new items, the old ones get pushed up. So I'm currently wearing the first set of armor I ever picked up. So hopefully we've identified some things. Now we go backwards. So there's definitely like a weird path there. Oh, and yeah, you're supposed to wind up at the prophet at the end of the zone, and that's always the thing that, like, confused the shit out of me. I'm like, how am I supposed to get to the prophet lady at the end of the zone if she's at the entrance? Hey, look, it's one of the wraiths that patrol the road, like in Lord of the Rings. This is Kalid's, and then there's one for Limgrave, and then there's one for... is there one for each zone? That would connect these guys to the Obsidian Lords. And I don't feel like I need to explain so much their visual design connecting to Obsidian. But it's I'll give you a hint. It's a single word. If you had to describe this guy's color or a pigment in a single word, what would you describe this guy as? That's my hint. And it's a pigment or color, right? Night is off limits. I guess night. I'm sure I would put money that there is a shade based on and with the word night in it, but I would guess it'd be like purple or blue. I could imagine it being pitch black. Ah shit. I said that. No. This guy is pitch black, right? So obsidian, black obsidian, pitch black obsidian lords, black blood. Humans connected to beastmen. Poison being death, the stagnants. Those who dwell in death or whatever, no rot. What the fuck is it? For the first time ever, I actually forgot where something is. We've been going for like 2 hours of non-stop. Uh-oh. No, we're good. Woo! Woo! I saw this gray line, and I thought we weren't live because this was covered, and I was like, oh shit, dude, OBS isn't live. It does that sometimes. I don't know if it's OBS, my internet, or stream, like from YouTube side, but I have had each of them fail, and it all looks the same. What was that? Like I just heard something in game. Was that the dragon snoring? Is that like a cat? Yeah, we're good. Okay. I think I'm going to change the latency on my stream. Things have been going good. I can't do it while it's live, but I'm just gonna write it down on my whiteboard so that I remember. What do you think? Latency. Just a single word. When I use OBS to make It's a weird algorithm thing. I end up having no control over the latency, it seems. Okay. I mean, we are literally running up a road, and now it's facing me towards a dragon, and then it forked. Like, look at this, right? We're running straight, and then the hill starts breathing, dude. I'm just going to run forward. Yeah, okay. It's dragon time. Man. I just discovered we're related. I don't want to have to kill you. It's like finding out you and your dog are related. By like ancient lineage. They come from Egypt and so do you, kind of thing. Oh yeah, what I was saying before. Here, let's see if I can pull it up. Ooh. I'm like pulling out the equipment in the middle of the fight. I might get hit, but whatever. I don't have any of them. Well, that's a first. Oh shit. No, okay, that worst timing ever. It looked like I was about to heal, but then my character got staggered by the smoke so that I died. Which is very inconvenient timing. Actually, if I jumped off my horse there, I would have been safe. It wasn't a glitch, it's just the way the game is coded. I feel like it's more insulting to say it like that than say it's just bugged. Be like, oh, that's a design method you guys employed here. No, almost made it. They knew you would die to a dragon. They gave you a path straight there through the fucking swamp. That's crazy. Alright. Like, everything is indented straight from here to the fucking dragon, and there's also a bunch of stuff in the way. It's like a ramp. It's like a roller coaster. What the fuck? That's a funny ley line. What we just ran down, I think, is one of my favorite ley lines I've ever discovered in this fucking game. Holy shit. Normally I'm lost in the swamp. That was the perfect straight path I've ever found. Right through. Indent right to a straight road of roots. Down an indent. Like there's another one completely like this, right? That's crazy. What the fuck? It's actually so good. We just ran straight, by the way. Straight through the entire swamp. All I did was jump. That was a fantastic ley line. And then getting to the dragon, of course, is a hump. It's funny as fuck. It looked like he was winding up for something. Took long enough that I didn't want to. Oh my god, my mimic teleported to me. I love it. To the Church of Dragon Communion. This fucking dragon is gigantic. What the hell? I feel like I was swinging at a house just now. I was trying to hit its head, and then I watched the in perspective it shift through the screen, and I was like, oh, this is not a normal dragon. This thing is like 3 times the size of every dragon we've fought. If we go to Grail right now, I bet you anything, one of the dragons is like the size of this motherfucker's wing, dude. This guy's gigantic. I feel like this is a girl. Exeeks. I do not know. Some of the dragons are just girls. I now have black blood. I don't know what happened to the game's coding, but it changed my blood from gray to black over time. Like, actually. I know there's a setting to change it. I haven't adjusted it. My character's bleeding black now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh, the fan. I just cleaned it off. But now that... kind of made it worse. It solved one problem and created another. Which I feel is on point for this game. I'm having an identity crisis. Why is my character bleeding pitch black? It's like I'm a fucking ink monster. The secret. I am not a gray or blue or red slime. Unfortunately, I am death slime. Did I want it to be the case? No. Is it the case? Why is my character pitch black? Oh. We're fine. I thought you were doing something else. Oh my god, that was intense. I was laughing but panicked. I mean, you saw how quickly it killed me. A new draconic power is available at the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. Well, I mean... eyes towards the sky. We got roots blocking everything else, pointing us up and back and around. We got... tree pointing... a lot of flowers pointing that way, actually. And... are we not are we supposed to come back here after... Unfortunately, I think we're not supposed to be at the Dragon Communion Church yet. We're supposed to run from the dragon. Maybe let it eat us. And then we would have turned around. But now we're just going backwards through it forward because nothing can stop us. I think I've killed everything in this game at least like 100 times. I trust the ley lines. There's gonna be some stupid fucking item over here, isn't there? I was like, the roots are all pointing me off the road under an archway. It looks like a rune arc. I was like, I have to, I am fucking contractually obligated to prove my point. If I don't go that way, and then it loops back right here to, yep, the grace. Okay. It looks like nothing. Like, if you don't look at exactly where I'm looking, you're like, where, how the fuck? But, oh look, alright, look at the center of the screen. What do you see? What am I running at? I'm running at that big old tree over there, right? Because that's where we have to get to. That's been the goal the whole time, since it showed me that tree after coming up from the elevator, right? We come up out of the elevator, and we can't see a fucking thing. There's a crack, we are in a canyon, and there's a bear, right? And then, or there's a couple of seemingly nothing rocks, right? You go down the rocky path, and then you emerge at a coliseum, where you have the option, after you turn around, talking to the jar, to summon 3 spirits. As you're turned around, that's the tree you see at the very beginning, right here. You emerge here, you come out here, you turn around, and you are literally looking at the ruins, right? Because the jar is here, you're off to this side, so you lining up here towards the tree, right? No matter what, you're looking at this little crack right here. This tree. And actually, while you're down there, you will notice that you can't see a fucking thing aside from that tree. They're on the same level, and there's a giant hill behind it. So it's like, it really wants you to notice that there's a tree there, and it's the only thing that it's guiding you towards. So if you think, how do I get to that tree, right? Just a caveman brain out loud. The only way is to go through the entire fucking zone. And it's if you know the invisible drop path onto the rock, the literal astrologer monster, right? The secret astrologer monster beyond the bear. So after you go up the path, you turn around, you face your dragons, right? We go up, we go down the path, which is up, because the world is upside down when we get here. Then we go up, which is down, because the world is upside down when we get here. So now we go underground and then back up, right? Things are flipped a little bit. We're at the bottom of Caelid, right? When we emerge from the underground, at the bottom of Caelid. We've turned the world kind of over, right? We're doing the story has to rhyme. So then go through the swamp, and then Gowry tells you, "Oh, dude, I've been waiting for someone to come through the fucking swamp." That's the only way you can go through the swamp and meet him, right? Unless you literally cut through everything, which is what the game doesn't want you to do. So if there is a natural way to get to him, it would be that. I think, anyway. But it would be after dying, because then you talk to everybody, you did everything correctly, and it would kind of lead you back here. After you go up here. Secret path. Through the graves, right? Just like I said way back here. Down through Selin. Up through the graves. Right? What are the graves pointing at? The tree. And then Gorank over there. So, I mean, this is the road, right? This rune piece right here is all you need to go to. Runes are ley lines. Artifacts are ley lines. People are ley lines. It's all the same shit. Okay, I'm starting to understand. Literally, where anything is, this or that, the fucking tree, literally everything is important. It's all pointing you to the same shit. To further my point, what does this show you? Here, I'll do a drastic change. Camera is completely fucking sideways, and I am not looking where it should point me, right? I'm not pressing anything but interact. What does it force me to look at? Look at my compass. Right? You're pretty much looking at nothing, and you are forced to look down. You're seeing the Sage Street ruins, right? And the roots are all growing out from this beautiful hardened bud. But here. So now look. Compass. We are east-south, right? Well, actually, we're south by southeast a little bit. We're mostly right in the middle, a little bit leaning towards south. So we would be leaning towards north, the opposite, north by northwest. Skirt! Right in the middle, and then move it a bit north. And again, if you don't believe it, you could do the opposite. So, skirt! Right, a little bit. What are you looking at? I'll move upwards. Help you out. Right, there's one ruin on the road right here, down. And then you look up. What is it lined up with, right? There's seemingly a in-between. There's this stuff here, and then there's this ruin, and it lines up kind of where there's nothing. It's that tree I've been talking about. The trees are where they're guiding you. Again, why do we look at the stars when we travel? Because the game tells us to. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. You are her. You are everyone. You're the world. You're looking at the sky, but if you're flowing like water, where are you going, right? Going back down the ruins. Just looking up. Kind of looking at the top of the screen, right? One of the most dangerous zones of the fucking game. Just walk through it like nothing. Conveniently, I missed this grace before, as if the game didn't want me to get it. Oh, hello, friend. Fire, Khalid, Mesmer, Verdon. Redhead, Giants, Fire, Fell Flame, Flame, Bad because of Prophecy. Prophecy burning the Erd Tree. The world being consumed by fire, the dragon eating the world serpent is breathing fire, the snake eats the world itself. You are the world, you are the dragon, you are the world soul. If you invade another player, you are invading their world, right? Another world, attempting to invade another world, right? It's because every character is a world. When you create them, they create a world that other people can invade. You literally, your character is the fucking world, right? If you're invading people, you're an invader. You're part of Volcano Manor. You're using the fingers, you're doing as they want. Even if you don't realize it, you're hunting Tarnished. You're helping them out. You're a recusant. In invading other people, you're hurting the lineage. You're going against the Golden Order. You shouldn't be killing your own kind. That's the recusant, but you're doing it because you found the truth, which ends up being blasphemous. If you need to let the snake eat you, I've said it about 1,000,000 times now. Finally, here, let's just get Rykard. Do we have the picture? Do we got a picture for our boys? No painting of Rykard. For real? Okay. Like, you guys really don't have the fucking painting? What exactly is going on in this image? Is that Rykard's head? Like, the community? Is that Rykard's head being eaten? A helmet? What's going on? If you find the truth is you are the snake lineage, the snake is the world, and you need to be eaten by the snake to allow the cycle to continue, right? The cycle is, for those wondering, Ouroboros, the snake eating itself, right? The only way for the snake to eat itself if you are the snake is the snake to eat you. So Rykard, knowing the truth, needs to let himself be eaten. How do you summon Yura? Not her. I'm sure she's a lovely woman. I have no fucking idea who that is. Optional. Kill the dragon in Agneal Lake. Missable. Yura will congratulate the player and inform them of the location of the Church of Dragon Communion. Huh. Yura is just north of the seaside ruins, located to the right of the white fallen piece of ruins. Dragons or snakes. If looking at the map. Speaking to him after attacking and dying to the dragon Agheal at least once, and he'll chastise you for trying to fight it. His summon sign will then be available next to the Stake of America for Flying Dragon Agheal. If you need to summon everyone for the true ending, right, you are doing their story correctly. That's how Souls games normally go. You have to summon them to progress their stories. His whole thing is about dragons. Dragons are snakes that are, for those wondering, again with Ouroboros. A snake or dragon devouring its own tail. It's not just a snake. It is a dragon. Which again explains the magma worms. Magma worm. I've never looked at magma before. That's crazy. I love that word. These guys being in Volcano Manor, people who have eaten dragon hearts, right? Someone eats a dragon heart, becomes a lizard man? Huh. Dragon man? Lizard man? So if you eat a dragon, you become a dragon man. If a dragon eats you, right? What happens if a dragon eats you? What happens if a dragon eats a man? Not a snake, but a dragon. It's like a what if a fucking ancient dragon ate a giant? It would all be the same shit anyway. Roots are turning me this way. Did I get this yet? I don't think I've been down here. Okay. There's probably so much arterial leaf and shit that I've missed. I don't like that noise. Oh, there's a bunch of shit I missed. Wait. Wait. I'm just stealing your flowers, tending the garden. Another identity crisis, huh? Who is Mikola? Aren't they Saint Trina? Isn't Saint Trina a girl? But they swear it's a guy. But Mikola's a guy. But when we find Saint Trina, their physical body, it's a girl. Right? They abandon their flesh. Saint Trina happens to be their flesh at the end of the trail. They abandon here their love, their flesh, their love of flesh. Either way you cut it, they're just as bad as what everyone says Ronnie is. They're like, dude, Ronnie's the worst. She has to be evil for all of these reasons. I'm like, you do realize that all that shit applies to Mikola as well then, by that logic. It's like everyone's evil, right? You'd have to go and replace the people yourself as some sort of god. But then if everyone, right, Shabriri possessed by the frenzied flame, right? Irina and Hayeta, the frenzied flame. All of these people guided by these gods. Who guides your character? Literally. With the controller. Who guides your character? Who is the willpower guiding this character? If I stop doing shit, who is guiding them? Right? I'm moving the camera. I'm the one attacking things. Right? That's what the game's commentary is. America can't be the god, because no one is God. Anyone can be. And she says only her children have that right. Well, my fucking existence disproves that. Even if I have to do it backwards. Be a mortal man to show that anyone, even a mortal, can become a god by dying over and over again. It's an underdog story. I do like that. I noticed that really early on, but I haven't said that analysis out loud yet. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Sing him a song. There's actually a treasure chest up here I missed. Styling on him. What are we looking for? They didn't want to answer. Wait, what? Oh, it's not a treasure chest, it's an item. We could circle back around for that. Excuse-moi. Ow. Damn. He hit the fucking horse so hard it just dipped out. It didn't even say goodbye. Normally there's a scream. It's because I went technically into the castle. That was funny timing though. The positioning was just, he pushed me into the castle, so he technically knocked me off my horse without knocking me off my horse. That was cool. So who does that make me? Because I know I'm not my character. They're just a vessel in the game world for me, right? Who does that make me the character in this story? Meta analysis. Not my character, me, but me. I couldn't tell if that was an animation cancel or not. I don't think it was. It's technically all of us, right? In every player's world, there's obviously the player character, and then you controlling them, right? So in that world, who would the creator, if you created the character and the character is the world, right? Who would their creator all technically be, right? In the eyes of that religion. Who is the truest greater will in that circumstance? In the hierarchy of the player and the game. That it puts you, right? Where does it put you? I'm sure he's fine. Yoink. Let's really focus on positioning, like right now. Jump, heavy, heavy, back, jump. Yeah, I'm not gonna make the same mistake. It was an animation cancel, but I'm not gonna complain. Convene the festival of war. Honor General Radon with a warrior's glory. It's in your hands, Sir Jaren. Who the fuck? Just heard chainmail walking around. I wasn't moving. Alright. So... I'm just checking for a treasure chest. Is that why there's a fucking jump down backwards in all these towers? This one has a teleporter at the top. Why would you need to turn around and drop down? Maybe they just didn't make it with the... Oh. What the fuck? Wow, that's really cool. So I think I'm here early. But I realized how I'm supposed to loop here. Item there. What is that sound? Yoink. I'm gonna need that. Hey, big guy. Okay. I hit roll, my character just completely stopped but was invincible. I've never seen that before. That guy straight up attacked, landed right where I was, his entire hitbox completely collided, moved my character out of the fucking way, and nothing happened. Everything was completely backwards, and not in the, oh, we're working in backwards world kind of sense. Like, that is just not how that shit's coded, I don't think. Okay. Damn it, dude. It's always the extra fucking enemy. I was even trying to avoid him, but it's fine. We opened the door. I was distracted. It was, I mean, I don't have to say it's glitched. It visibly glitched the fuck out. It was acting a little weird, but whatever. We got the door. That wasn't even an input that like didn't do the animation. Like he did something and then like coding wise it worked, I think. Like see how I rolled through his attack? Watch. Like I rolled with it. Ready? That should have hit me if I didn't roll, right? I'm like jumping through the attack. That one it kind of missed, but you see, like that definitely the sword made contact, but I don't take damage in a roll. See? Oh. It does hit me. That was at the end of a roll. But watch. Here, I'm gonna heal up. I'm just gonna let him hit. Ow. Alright. Me just letting him attack me, he went into like a feral mode, wouldn't stop fucking attacking. To like wait that whole time for an opening. And even then, it was just a light attack. I was like, okay, please? This is a backwards leaving route, I'm assuming. That was a lucky ass swing. Oh, come on. Was this like a stealth way in? That's so funny. Alright. Oh, and then I would have wound up at the grace at the end. This keeps happening. Where we wind up at the grace at the end. You guys know why that would be? Do you know why, sir? Oh, shit. I think this is actually where it wants me to go now. Oh, shoot. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I never realized it would be like filling up the basin. That's the rune arc, isn't it? So you're supposed to fill, if you are water and you're supposed to fill up the world. You're the flood. I'm the flood as well as the dragon. I'm a water dragon. Is that why there's no fucking water dragon spells? That'd be so cool. Oh, there is a water dragon. It's the death blade. America took my blue fire from me, and now I'm gonna burn this world down. That's what I just realized. The reason my character can't have blue fire, aside from this fucking spell, is because of America. We got lightning, holy, fucking everything else. There's frost. Where is that blue fire? Where is it? Where's the blue fire? Eh. It's not the same. It's not the same. Also, what the fuck is even that? What? Because it's not death flame. Wait, it's cold? Yeah, it's the deathrite bird. I have death magic. Frost death magic, which is the close. It's so close. We need glintstone. I'm so mad. I want to mod the game now just to have blue fire. But I don't want to mod the game until after I actually get the fucking ending, because we can't play online, I think. You can't really like do shit with mods. Unless they have the mod, right? I don't know. I don't mod the game, so. But I wouldn't mind learning how to mod the game. That would be sick as fuck. So what are we looking at? As usual, they're all looking over a cliff, which means right below them is the answer. So before we jump out, we'll search this whole floor. You gotta fill it up? Question mark? Oh yeah, because it would even out. If the floor was all even that it's splashed on, it would even out. If there's anyone that knows how to flow like a water droplet. Yoink. Oh god, I forgot every fucking rock in here, didn't I? Alright, yeah, let's I'm busy with your boss. Wait, what? What? That's the first time I've ever actually seen an enemy enter a boss room. In all of my years of souls. In all of my souls of years. He'd even... Oh my god. What the fuck just happened? You could do that? That's legal? That's an illegal move you just pulled, friend. Someone tell me Izaki. Your game's broken. Nah, I love this game. Oh, that's the wrong power. I'm stuck. As I'm saying the game is broken. I'm like, nah, I love this game. It's just stuck in place. Not the right Ash of War. Not my build. Ooh, you know what I should have done? Not that, not that. Tight window for that. Noted. What? I didn't cast anything because I didn't have magic. And then I said, fuck it. I'm going to hit the heavy attack anyway because I'm going to just do the swing. And then it still exploded as if I had magic. I am truly, yes, magic incarnate. I cast a spell I literally shouldn't have been able to cast. I even, like, the stab and then no fire showing up means I was out of magic. Actually, here, look, I'll do it again because my shit regenerates over time. So that's what should have happened. That's what just happened. That doesn't make any sense. I was barely before. I see what happens. I was barely before spending magic, so I did it but didn't have the magic, and then I ticked over into having enough because I have the medallion on that gives me the blessed dew. So I literally, through the blessing of the Erd tree, I was able to kill that fucking dragon. Well, that was cool. That wasn't intentional. that was actually sick. I was just trying to hit him normally. I didn't know that. That's a new meta strat though. It's cool. Accidental meta. This is what should be happening. Right? Nope. This. And then if I attack, there's no secondary explosion because then I'm out of magic. But it happens inverted because my magic is slowly going up. That actually couldn't have been possible without this. Or actually, no, that's not true. I could have used this. This is the only other fucking item that could have let that happen. Because this is the only other thing that gradually restores your FP. Oh, I see. And it's the astrologer dew of the nascents, the blue, the young, as opposed to the old stars, the red, the giants. Game's so goddamn good. Hello.
Oh, good sir. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it. What's going on here? A door from thin air. Stranger things
He didn't see the door.
Onward to the Kaled Wilds. I suppose my calculations were right all along. You should head this way as well, friend.
You should head this way as well, friend.
It's time I set off to the festival at Redmane
Yeah.
Castle on the southern edge of the scarlet rot blighted Kaled Wilds.
So I think I was supposed to circle through here before going there to talk to him, because then he would have told me. Well, no, because now he's telling me to go to the festival, but Jaren is like, the festival isn't there. So this is the beginning of everyone's heading towards the festival. Is that it? Because Jaren told us, do you like festivals? Well, there's going to be one. Now, as we progress back, he already said he was headed towards here, but again, every line of dialogue is telling you something. The key locations, the order that they say them, all of that shit is important. So he's literally saying you should go that way. So backwards? But you can't go backwards, so you'd have to go forward. The only way... through to there. Literally, no matter what, it's pointing you through the CO for a river well. If you do this too early, then you'll still wind up at Alexander, who says, go through that door that's not a door, and then you walk out, and you see, again, you're supposed to be guided to the through the stars. That's telling us to go into the CO for a river, and that way. Yeah, fuck, okay. Where did we just come out of? Here. So that was the flowing of that, right? Or down the road. We just went down the road. Oh, there's like another nomadic merchant somewhere along these roads we missed. And then the finger reader. Just trust the path. Walk forward. I want to go down the spiral, but it's too early. It's right next to me. It's right there. All right. Fine. Oh, and this is you taking the plunge of remembrance or whatever the fuck. Entering the portal backwards is a weird play, but it definitely flowed that way. Gonna hit this real quick. It's for the spawn point. Yeah, it's actually just telling you to go this way. There's actually way more clear of a path from above jumping down onto it after Alexander. So this is me. I accidentally just drew this symbol in my brain. What the fuck? We're doing this. This underneath part right here behind her that's going from this corner to this corner is where we are right now. We're going under the map through a teleport, and then we're going to go wind up back to the bottom and the top. And it's circling back around. So, and then that's the end behind her. So this would be Garank hidden here. I know that sounds crazy, but I literally just drew this symbol on the map in my brain and went, wait, what the fuck? That's America's spiral. We just did a big map circle, right? Big circle around the whole map. Big circle around the whole map, and then we got to the exit, right? We circled around. This is the beginning and the end. We went through the whole zone. We went through the whole zone. We wound up at the next zone through the fucking the tunnel, and then it lets out. You're in the tunnel, right? You're in the next zone. You're trying to go back around in this other zone, Limgrave, right? Up and back around in a small circle to end it here at the church, where I say all these things end. But instead you wind up here at the sending gate, because that's the bottom, and then you'd wind up here at the final spiral. Because, like, if I teleport over here, then it's another big spiral, right? We fight the dragons. We actually only fight a couple of dragons that aren't tied to Greyall yet. Then we circle back. And then we go on the other side of the wall. Holy fuck, is that really what we're supposed to do right now? Fuck it, we made a save state. I'm taking the plunge of remembrance. Did I finally learn how to fucking travel around this goddamn map? So this is the end. And this is the end. We've talked to everyone. Forgot Alexander was in that little cave right there. Literally everyone's lines of dialogue are exhausted except this finger reader crone. I did go past it to get to the Calum ruins, huh? I passed her on the road. I didn't talk to her. Thank God for fast travel. Yeah, cool. I was gonna say the gate isn't the trigger, is it? It's not, because it's still there. That's so funny. Talking to Garank is the trigger. So I actually didn't ruin anything. This is where programming knowledge goes into making the game stuff. It's like, oh, okay. The reason that's still there is because I didn't trigger the thing that I was worried about triggering, so we're fine. Taking the portal is not a trigger in the slightest, which is good. That's what I was worried about, and that confirmed it's not. If we hit that trigger and then teleported there and then it was gone, I'd be like, oh shit. But it's because we can leave without talking to Garank, it changes everything. This was the thing that I was talking to the wrong NPC. This is where it's telling us to go. Alright. Oh, we are supposed to come here first because she mentions it. I just time traveled and prevented myself from doing that.
You, please, you're...
Well, no, because she's at the beginning of the zone. It doesn't make sense. One for festivals or flowers. So you do Radon and then Melania, which is, yeah.
To the south, a grand festival to make
Can you do it backwards? Melania before Radon.
The heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you
No, because you would need to do the Ensha thing, the
the heart
medallions, right?
scarlet rot?
I'll write it down as a potential thing to look at tomorrow. Next run. Okay. I've heard this about 100 times, but
You're
Melania before Radon. Is that even a thing you can do? I mean, you can do it that way, but I mean, like, is that a thing you can do while also doing everyone's quests? Because the way we're on it right now, I know you can. So I'm like, I'll have to check into that tomorrow. It's like there could be one or two triggers that are like, oh, I see, that's telling you you can't do it this way. But I don't want to spend time deciphering anymore.
through the south.
South, a grand festival to make the stars turn. To the east, a hardened bud to of a flower to be.
Into the heart of the scarlet rot.
Okay. I guess you do talk to her before Millicent. I guess this is supposed to be the first half of the zone. No, because there's no way to get to the deep Siofra well except underground. So this church can't be the start. Halid Coliseum has to be the start. There's an NPC there you have to talk to with the Great Jar. There's a blue item you have to get by defeating the people. There's like so many things. On New Game Plus 7, they would expect you to be able to beat them. The only people you need to lose to on purpose are the ones it tells you to. Like Margit saying he needs to kill you. Rykard's Tanith saying you need to go there and get eaten by him. Okay, so then we time travel. We did all of the things we had done. And then we go back. Right? Well, yeah, because you're following the road up to that point. And then it veers you off-road to the Forsaken Ruins, where then you get to the Gale Tunnel. You don't actually get... The road is blocked right here by dogs and literally blocked by a chest. So... But it's in this kind of line where it would literally guide you if you're walking this way, like this, to this tunnel. Then you end up going to Alexander, which sends you out. And if you're flowing down, I should have jumped down the waterway. And then I would have wound up here at the Sending Gate, which again confirms you're supposed to wind up. Or I was thinking, I just wanted to make sure. The prophets are all fucked up and wrong until you flip the world over with the convergence or whatever the shit. They're not wrong, they're just in the wrong order of events. So now we're here at the Dragon Barrow. It's starting to make less sense, which is always worrying. I might have to rewind time to just a bit ago after. I think I'm supposed to do Grail, fight the dragon, and descend, and do this. Down the main road, right? Fight the Erd Tree Guardian, down the main road. Actually, I think then this turns up. Like this is going uphill, so you actually need to jump. Then you'll be like right here. You keep going downhill. Nah, because then you're at Grail. Makes more sense to do that next. You fight all the dragons the first time through. Oh yeah, Grail is the next path. Okay. Then you jump the path to get to this area. There's a shortcut there. It's the only place where you could jump across, right above this. Then you're walking here, then you talk to the finger reader. And then maybe you're not supposed to cross the wall yet. You turn around, you're supposed to go towards this tree. You flow. Fort Gale, you see this, you hit that. And then if you're following the ley lines, it definitely pointed us towards Gale Tunnel from there. But maybe you're supposed to go up and then refuse to teleport, run back out, down like we did. Then you wind up here, then you go around. Then you circle around. There is no teleport. You run up the road to the church. And then the church is a turnaround. It's the end-to-end beginning of the next zone and region. So now you start Halid. You're trying to go from one church to the next, so... Oh, and then you keep going back down in a spiral. And then you hit the cave that sends you down into the waterways, which takes you up into the swamp, and then you do exactly as I did. I'm doing it backwards. Is that it? Because then I would have talked to Alexander. Then, well, I already did talk to Alexander. We did it backwards, but also forward. I don't think the order that Alexander before Gallery matters or Jaren before them really matters. The story helps out a lot. Actually, yeah, because then you're going from Selen to Jaren's whole thing before you tidy up their quest, which is introducing all of the elements of the world before you're supposed to go in like your character doesn't know anything. Like, you're not supposed to hate anyone because they did something to a character in the future down a potential timeline. Right? What the fuck is that called? Repo Man? What is that? What's the movie where they stop crime before it happens and then the whole thing is that they're actually just fucking crazy? That. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to play the game normally. Hey, Grank. So, now the last person I have to talk to, we've talked, I'm pretty sure, to everyone in the fucking game now. Just to make sure, I'm gonna warp over here and talk to Kenneth. He's the only one that I'm like, maybe time travel took it from me, but I'm gonna literally make sure 1000%. Because if he's supposed to be death, right? He wields death. He's symbolic of death. He has it carved into his flesh, right? Because he doesn't want to be separated from it again. He doesn't want people to be mistaken. Death is Malekith. So...
I must begin my retreat.
Perfect. That's fantastic news, Kenneth. I call this fastest travel. How about that shit? Huh? They don't let me open my map or go to the Grace. I sip the flask that doesn't let me lose my runes and I just leap off a fucking cliff. Easy. Easy. Alright. So I think now everyone has been dialogued up. Jaren, everyone. Just to be double, triple, quadruple sure, I'm gonna go talk to the merchant that I missed over here. It's like the only NPC that I literally did not even click on. It's the only one. Where are you? He's like right beside the road. Gonna go up here. Pretty sure he's next to this thing. There's a Grace here. And I think you see him from that Grace, so hold on. Interact with that. The Battle of Ionia, Radon and Melania locked in stalemate or whatever the fuck. Stagnant, stalemate. All the same shit. Mr. Grace. You know where Merchant Man is, doggy? I swear there's a merchant over here. There he is.
Welcome, dear customer.
Down the road of sages, because they're all the same. The caravan people.
Welcome.
The nomadic people.
Please, I'm hungry.
Buy yourself something nice. Alright. So I guess it was resting at this grace was the trigger for this symbol on the map, because then you wouldn't need to know where that teleporter is anymore. It helped me positioning wise, knowing exactly where it was though, because I could keep drawing a ley line to it. So oh, I should have given it to him one at a time. Well, he just kind of keeps saying the same thing. Alright, one of the hardest goddamn bosses in the game. I fucking hate these bosses. I'm gonna put my actual skill on it. No longer Ghost Flame. The reason we're Ghost Flame, Truth in Blood. Alright. Blood Knight. The red, the blue, the purple, the gray, the white and black. Alright. I don't have to fucking guess the timing when I throw a dart at them and then they do an opener. That's why I, holy shit. Okay. I'm just gonna heal up to the top, you know. Oh shit. Oh, he's a Death Knight. Holy shit. I didn't even get the clear visual until he took off into the sky. He's literally black and gold Death Knight. Like Ensha. Corpse Wax is the black. Death, Shadow. I mean, we already pieced that together, but god damn, I had to aim for his hand, so I dropped the lock on. I barely got him. Holy fuck. Alright. I feel that's a perfect place to end it. It's called Identity Crisis. I'm pointing out all the identity crises. No, the crises, right? Is that the plural of crisis is? I don't know. All of the different crisis going on. I don't know. What is... I'm Googling it. That's straight up vocabulary. Plural of crisis. Crises with a Z. The plural of crisis is crises. The pronunciation of crises is crises with a long I sound and a Z ending. Crises. According to soundamerica.net. This is different from the pronunciation of crisis, which is crisis. Yeah, okay. Language, actually important.
Crisis.
That's crisis. I need crises, my friend. With an E there. Why? There's no pronunciation. They said there was pronunciation for the one with an E, but we're only getting the one with the I. Plural of word crisis. Yes. I know that. I just want to hear it pronounced. Cool. Alright, whatever. It's fine. So corpse wax would be corpses, skeleton, imbued with gold, amber, right? Those are the weapons. We got the gargoyle weapon. So that's why there are different gargoyles. Bronze Iacade, twin blade wielded by valiant gargoyles. Just like the wielder, the missing parts have been mended with corpse wax, a patchwork of champions. Mended with blackened corpse wax, deals holy damage. Such is the mark of those who serve Malekith the Black Blade. We already know that corpses and black, yes. Lion is gold. So that's why the Lion, Lindell, Gargoyles just below Lindell, or not just below Lindell, the ones that have the superpower going upwards towards Lindell, right? You take the Valiant Gargoyles, the ones who drop this, it says Valiant Gargoyles, you take that casket, that coffin, up to Lindell. So those gargoyles are connected to the Crucible with the Erd Tree, and Lindell, the sun, and the lion. Right? That's why in the DLC there are certain imp masks with the lion head, and in the base game there's certain imp masks with the wolf head. There were like two societies in one. That's nuts. I will end with this last thing. Mesmer the Impaler. Queen Marika, according to the Golden Order, it would make him an angel, right? Because if Marika is the god, he would be a descendant of the god. An angel, right? Now hold on. He would be the firstborn, right? The oldest and hidden away. The Seraphim. That's actually cool. They mentioned Destiny here. I fucking love that. I'm gonna read it just for that. They're considered some of the closest to God, described in the Bible as having the highest rank and being present when Isaiah saw God. Seraphim are also depicted in popular culture, such as in video games, such in the video game Destiny 2 and the anime manga series Seraphim. A lot of wings, I'm guessing. Holies, right? The holiest of holies. Beliefs limited. The concept of Seraphim is primarily rooted in religious text, particularly the Hebrew Bible. Yeah. There's no specific Seraphite belief system. The focus is on their role as divine messengers and their presence in heaven, right? So what is the message that Mesmer tells us? But actually there's more to that. I'll pull it up. A little bit of going off topic. I'm going to say just ignore all religion in this text, right? Very specific religions will be mentioned. Just ignore, because I do not want to scare people away of thinking about the lore of the game. So just disclaimer, this is Miyazaki's concept. Or just the entirety of From Software's. Merkaba would be the chariot, right? Prophet, the prophetic vision, right? Now hold on, before I lose you. The lion, the ox, the man, the lion, the ox, and the large predator bird. Those are the symbols of the rings, right? This is clearly tying to the Crucible Society, right? And the rings of the Elden Ring, the original Elden Ring. You can't pluck a ring out of the Elden Ring. Otherwise you are, or the Crucible, otherwise you're making the Elden Rings, and that's sacrilegious to the dragons of the world. But anyway, if these things represent this being the Crucible Society, then the Seraphim would have to connect, and they are the Burning Angels, right? So the Burning Angel, and then through that whole other past thing of America's twin tails with one cut off, he has twin snakes. He shows the heritage of her, and I'll just prove it finally. Bonnie Village headless statue. This is the America grandmother statue. Same statue as this one in America's home, right? Now we're getting into spoilers. You find an item here confirming it's America's home. It's not an argument. This is the same statue. This is in Bonnie Village. Next to this statue is a big ass snake. Right? This is literally on the hill next to this statue. If you are standing in front of this snake and you turn your camera to the right, you are looking at this statue. They're literally next to each other. I don't know why they don't show them next to each other in these screenshots. If this fucking person turned a little bit more to the left, the snake is up here where like Radagon is, which is funny. Like if you ignored Radagon and continued the picture, it would be overlaid where Radagon is. So, snake in Bonnie Village. The Bonnie Village godmother is where the shaman were taken. Shaman are America's home. America's people were taken to Bonnie Village, the home of the snake. The Seraphim Burning Angel would have been the snake. Mesmer is America's child, the snake woman. The identity crisis is solved. Thank you. And I'll see you